Well, distinguished participants, it's my great pleasure to welcome you all, both those here in person and those joining us online, to this year's National Baltic Sea Region Forum of Finland. Altogether, around 500 people are taking part, and half are doing so via the internet. Because Mayor Minna Arve, chair of the board of Centrum Balticum Foundation, is unable to be here today due to an official trip, she asked me to open this year's forum on her behalf together with the rector of the University of Turku. This is the 17th time the Centrum Balticum Foundation has organized the annual Baltic Sea Region Forum. And this year we are meeting in an atmosphere of both hope and anxiety. The hope is due to the fact that the peace may finally be within reach in Ukraine. However, there is also anxiety that we may be approaching a peace dictated by the great powers, a forced peace. A peace that could signal the beginning of a new geopolitical era. Ukraine has come to face with this new era, an era in which borders are redrawn through war, and the major powers override international law. It is bitterly ironic that just last week we celebrated the 80th anniversary of the end of the Second World War, while at the same time Russia is once again waging a war on its neighbor. Over 20 years ago, the first Prime Minister of Russia, Yegor Gaidar, gave a warning in his book Collapse of an Empire. He wrote, and I quote, "Unfortunately, in recent years, a Pandora's box has been opened in Russia. A turn toward post-imperial nostalgia, nationalism, xenophobia, conventional anti-Americanism, and even rather unconventional anti-European sentiment has become fashionable and is quickly becoming the norm. It is important to understand how dangerous this is for Russia and for the whole world." End of quote. Ukraine is already bearing witness to this danger. Today, it is Ukraine that suffers under Russian aggression. But tomorrow, it could be another country. It is vital that we make this absolutely clear. The war is not the result of the decision made by Ukrainian leadership or Ukraine's desire to integrate to the West. The core reason lies in Russia's post-imperial nostalgia, which seeks to regain dominance over the countries surrounding it. And Russia will continue its sphere of interest policy for as long as Western leaders allow it to do so. I'm extremely pleased and honored that the Ukrainian ambassador, Olga Dibrova, has once again joined us. Through your presence, Ambassador, Ukraine's voice can be shared with the wider Baltic Sea community and beyond. I also understand that your term as ambassador to Finland is soon coming to an end. On behalf of all of us, I would like to express my deepest appreciation of your work. I sincerely hope that our cooperation will continue beyond your term of office, so that together we may pave the way for Ukraine's membership in the European Union. Dякую, Olga. Ladies and gentlemen, following Ambassador Dibrova, we will hear the keynote speech from Pauli Aalto-Setälä. Mr. Aalto-Setälä is a member of the Finnish Parliament, and before his time as an MP, he worked in a media business for over 30 years. The preservation of the archipelago and the Baltic Sea is an issue that is close to his heart and forms an essential part of his work in Parliament. In addition to his parliamentary duties, Pauli has also served as a professor of practice at the University of Turku. And after the coffee break, we will proceed to the forum's first panel discussion led by Professor Lauri Ojala. This panel will focus on highly topical issue, the security of maritime transport in the Baltic Sea, an area where many events have taken place during the invasion in Ukraine. For example, the Nord Stream gas pipelines were sabotaged in autumn 2022. Interestingly, 11 days ago, the University of Pennsylvania published a sensational report suggesting that Russia may have been responsible. According to the report, the Russian leadership wished to create mistrust between Ukraine and the West, so blew up the pipelines. In a way, we remember in Finland, especially this Mainila shelling some 80 years ago. A year after Nord Stream explosion, the Hong Kong-flagged ship New Polar Bear damaged the Baltic Connector gas pipeline between Finland and Estonia with its anchor. In addition to these incidents, the EstLink 2 electrical cable and several data cables in the Baltic Sea have also been damaged. The vessels responsible for these disruptions appear to belong to what we know as Russia's shadow fleet. This shadow fleet still accounts for over half of Russia's seaborne oil transport. And the Baltic Sea remains the most important shipping route for Russian oil exports. We should also remember that in addition to oil, toxic chemicals are transported through the Baltic Sea. The presence of aging shadow fleet poses a threat to the environment and biodiversity of the Baltic Sea, especially if these vessels are used to carry out Russian hybrid operations, or if Russia continues to disturb maritime transport in the area as it has done earlier. During the first panel discussion, we will probably get a clearer picture of what actually caused the damage of the pipelines and the cables, and whether similar incidents could occur in the future as well. Ladies and gentlemen, 10 years ago, the United Nations published a report on the Sustainable Development Goals. In it, they stated the following: economic growth, social development, and climate action are heavily dependent on investments in infrastructure, sustainable industrial development, and technological progress. Today, we will hear a panel discussion on sustainable maritime industry, moderated by Veijo Hyvönen, editorial editor of Turun Sanomat. This panel will address questions such as: can sustainable maritime industry be a competitive advantage? Is there demand for environmentally friendly ships? And how are ports currently responding to the green transition? This year's final panel discussion will focus on nutrient recycling in the Baltic Sea region. The Centrum Balticum Foundation began preparing for this panel by publishing a special issue in the Baltic Rim Economies Review series, focusing on sustainable nutrient management. The issue was published on the Foundation website some 3 weeks ago. Let me quote one of the authors from this issue, Erik Sindhöj. He writes as follows: achieving sustainable nutrient use in the Baltic Sea region requires a comprehensive approach, integrating mandatory fertilization planning, stricter manure management standards, and effective regional nutrient reallocation. I'm pleased that Erik will join 6 other experts in addressing the complex challenges related to nutrient recycling. The panel will answer important questions such as: have environmental issues been overshadowed by hard security concerns? And what can we do to reduce the use of mineral fertilizers and increase nutrient recycling? The discussion will be moderated by Jussi Orell, editor-in-chief of Turun Sanomat, the leading newspaper of Southwest Finland. We are grateful to Turun Sanomat for being the main media partner of the National Baltic Sea Region Forum of Finland for several years. Thank you, Jussi. In the closing remarks, we will hear a message from Brussels. The closing speech will be delivered by Merja Kyllönen, the former Minister of Transport and Communication of Finland, who is currently serving as a member of the European Parliament, where she works in the areas of foreign affairs, transport, defense and security. Merja, we are very pleased to have you here with us today. Before I give the floor to Rector of the University of Turku, I would like to announce that the theme of the next year's forum will be a new power game in Northern Europe and the Arctic. The 2026 forum will examine how the growing presence of China, Russia and the United States in Northern Europe and the Arctic affects the security of our region. But with these words, I wish you a productive day as we delve into topics of maritime security, sustainable maritime industry and nutrient recycling. And now I give the floor to the Rector of University of Turku. Thank you.
Thank you, Kari. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, dear friends united by the Baltic Sea. It's a great honor for me to be here today opening the Baltic Sea Region Forum. And to those who came from far away, welcome to Turku. Today we will benefit, as we heard, from the insights of leading experts and the exchange of ideas from colleagues across various fields. And as Kari mentioned, the next year's topic, I have to say that I'm very excited about the Arctic in the term. I just returned from the university's Arctic Research Station in Utsjoki, Kevo, and the university reaches from the very north to the very southwest in the Canary Islands, where I was the week before. But security is an issue in all of these. The forum's description encourages dialogue between policymakers and businesses, and to this we of course wish to include scholars and scientists. At the University of Turku we conduct extensive research that advances the security, biodiversity and economy of the Baltic Sea, among others. In our strategy, we've defined multidisciplinary themes that aim to enhance dialogue, bringing together researchers and experts from diverse fields and partners beyond our university. The selected themes are connected to pressing issues, also related to the Baltic Sea, such as new technologies and digitalization, nature, society and economy in the context of climate change and species loss, and renewable energy sources and sustainable materials. The Baltic Sea is a unique research subject in many respects. It's both a young sea and one of the busiest and most polluted maritime areas globally. It's been referred to as a laboratory, a time machine, and a pilot area where developed protection measures can be applied elsewhere in the world. At our university, current challenges are addressed from the perspectives of natural sciences, marine spatial planning, and historical research, to mention a few. But I would like to take this opportunity to highlight some examples of research directly related to the sea and the Baltic Sea especially. Research related to the green transition of the maritime industry has been conducted, for example, in the SASFlow project funded by Business Finland under the leading company project of our strategic partner MAIA Turku. In the leading company project of our other strategic partner Wärtsilä, research related to freight transport chains is conducted in the Green Connect project. And our Faculty of Law is involved in the Baltic Area Legal Studies, a center of expertise managed by Åbo Akademi University, which addresses a gap in legal research and education concerning Baltic Sea issues, particularly maritime matters. For Finland, of course, maritime activities as well as maritime security issues in the region are very crucial given Finland's well-known status as a sort of an island. The theme of biodiversity and sustainability integrates the university's research and education on marine, coastal, river, and other aquatic ecosystems and the culture, communities, and livelihoods in these environments, including the activities of the Digital Waters flagship that we have. And we, of course, also conduct monitoring of the Baltic Sea itself, examining how pollution and climate change affect the sea. We have time series spanning over 50 years. Samples measuring different kinds of physical and chemical properties of the seawater have been collected at the university's Saili Island Research Station from 1966 onwards. And also, humanistic research and social sciences in turn provide essential context to natural sciences. Then finally, examples from security. In addition to maritime security, security issues more broadly are a focus of research at our university, and a wider cluster on this wide theme is rapidly forming. Of this, the collaboration between our university and the National Defense University in the form of Professor Kari Liuhto, a joint professorship that is here, is groundbreaking. And our research as such directly contributes to other matters of security as well. And naturally, we are a university of 8 faculties and lots of different kinds of research focuses. Research concerning security also includes a critical aspect. Accordingly, we examine the emphasis of security into the whole society and, for example, securitization. In doing so, we also provide a critical perspective on how security and, for example, private rights relate to each other. So I hope that today we will engage in lively discussions and strengthen and discover new cooperation possibilities and opportunities. These possibilities often do rise in very unexpected directions. I would like to extend my gratitude to our partner Centrum Balticum for organizing this significant forum, and I congratulate them once again on the timely choice of today's theme and the almost full house here and lots of people online. Warm thanks are also for having the University of Turku to serve as the venue for this gathering. I wish everyone a very fruitful day. Thank you.
Dear Professor Liuhto, dear Rector, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it's a great pleasure to be in Turku once again and for the 4th time to participate in the Black Sea Region Forum. And it is a special privilege and honor to address to you today at the conference that bears such an important topic devoted to safety and security of the Baltic Sea, a region whose security is a strategic linchpin for all of Europe. Thank you, Kari, for your kind invitation. For many years, the Centrum Balticum Foundation has played a vital role in facilitating essential dialogue on our shared challenges and on coordinated efforts to shape a stable and secure future for the Baltic region, as well as to support a just and lasting peace in Ukraine. I also greatly value your personal expertise and thoughtful counsel. Today, I want to focus on the urgent need for regional resilience, collective deterrence, and above all, the pursuit of a just and lasting peace in Ukraine. I strongly believe this is the perfect venue to discuss these matters. So I'm addressing true friends and partners of Ukraine, those who clearly understand what is at stake and recognize the importance of maintaining strong momentum in our collective actions to overcome the growing risks and challenges that we are facing today. More than 3 years into Russia's full-scale invasion, Ukraine continues to fight not only for its own survival as a free and independent nation, but for the principles that underpin European and global security, namely sovereignty, territorial integrity, and the rule of international law. Despite enormous challenges, including relentless missile attacks, infrastructure destruction, and persistent threats to civilian lives, Ukraine has demonstrated extraordinary courage, resilience, and unity. Thank you. Thank you very much. I can surely say you can rely on us, and we will further fight and continue until we reach security and peace, not just for us, but at least for the European continent. Russia must be brought to justice for civilian infrastructure facilities damaged or destroyed in Ukraine for more than 3 years of full-scale aggression. Their number, as registered by the Ukrainian law enforcement agencies, has exceeded 216,000. It includes more than 170,000 residential buildings, more than 4,000 educational institutions, and more than 900 medical institutions. It also includes more than 600 cultural and more than 200 religious buildings. The economic ramifications of this war are staggering. The fourth Ukraine Rapid Damage and Needs Assessment, prepared jointly by the Government of Ukraine, World Bank and European Commission and the United Nations, estimates that Ukraine's reconstruction and recovery needs over the next decade amount to approximately $524 billion. And the increase from the previous estimate is 8%, which eloquently shows the escalating devastation caused by the conflict. Key sectors such as housing, transport, energy, commerce, and education have suffered immense damage, affecting over 2.5 million households. And the humanitarian needs are vast and multifaceted. Dear friends, the war is far from being over. Russia continues its brutal offensive. The situation on the front line remains difficult. The enemy continues its strategic offensive operation, aiming to seize our territory, defeat our troops, advance into the depths of Ukraine, and seeks to completely capture Donetsk and Luhansk regions, as well as parts of Kherson and Zaporizhia regions, and create buffer zone in Kharkiv, Sumy, and Chernihiv regions. The aggressor has an advantage in manpower and certain types of weapons and military equipment, and also carries out daily attacks with drones and missiles. Since the beginning of the aggression, the enemy has increased its grouping 5-fold. At the moment, Russia's troops consist of 623,000 servicemen. Russia is paying a heavy price for advancing on every meter of Ukrainian land, up to 1,500 people daily. it is killed and wounded. Fighting and our defensive operations continue along almost the entire front line. Russians have no serious advancement on the battlefield. Having failed to achieve its objectives, Russia has escalated drone, missile, and bomb attacks on Kiev and other major cities of Ukraine. The aim is to undermine resilience and destroy our critical infrastructure. The Russian Federation has declared a 3-day ceasefire along the entire line of combat contact from midnight 8th of May to midnight 10th of May. For your understanding, just as of 12 a.m. Kyiv time of the first day of so-called ceasefire, on May 8th, Russia has committed 734 ceasefire violations, namely 63 assault operations, 586 attacks on the positions of our troops, 176 strikes by FPV drones, 10 airstrikes using 16 guided air bombs on the positions of the defense forces of Ukraine. Along with military kinetic attack, the whole Ukraine, Russia also wages hybrid warfare across multiple fronts, from cyber attacks to disinformation, energy blackmail, and manipulation of global food supplies. The use of so-called shadow fleet to circumvent sanctions and finance its war machine is one more example of how Kremlin adapts to sustain its aggression. Let us be clear, this is not just a war against Ukraine. This is an assault on the European security architecture and an attempt to redraw borders by force. In this context, international support for Ukraine's defense is not charity. It is an investment to our shared security. The past year has seen a notable ramp-up in defense assistance. Ukraine has received advanced Western weaponry, including long-range systems, air defenses, armored vehicles, and training for its armed forces. These contributions have saved lives, preserved sovereignty, and enabled Ukraine to continue resisting against overwhelming odds. We welcome stronger, systemic, and unwavering defense assistance to Ukraine by Finland and all other countries of the region. We also see growing support for long-term security commitments, including multi-year assistance packages, defense production cooperation, and joint procurement frameworks. However, we must do more and faster. Delays in weapons deliveries and gaps in critical capabilities continue to cost lives and territory. Our response must be driven not by fear of escalation, but by determination to uphold the values we claim to defend. Ukraine is ready to do everything necessary to achieve a just and lasting peace, one that ensures war never returns to our land. However, we will never accept any compromise on our sovereignty and our right to determine our own future within the European family of democracies and Euro-Atlantic security framework. Our path is clear: membership in the European Union and NATO. We have always been open to diplomacy. Ukraine accepted the ambitious US proposal for a 30-day ceasefire. Yet Russia has failed to confirm its participation, and it was an entirely predictable response. Yesterday, Ukraine once again voiced its commitment unconditionally to a ceasefire and voiced its readiness to participate in direct talks with Russia. Moreover, President Zelensky committed to being present in Istanbul in one day on May 15th. in 2 days. And the reason is simple, because no one wants more peace than Ukraine, because bloodshed is on our land and with our people. And Russia's war aims have always been clear: to destroy Ukraine completely, both morally and physically. And this war did not begin in 2022. It started in 2014, driven by Kremlin's imperialistic ambitions. Today, only 2 questions truly matter. First, how do we compel Russia to end this war? And the answer lies in depriving it of the resources and materials it needs to sustain the aggression. Second, how do we secure lasting peace in Ukraine once the war is over? And the answer is by building a true fortress for defense of Europe through a strong Ukrainian army, an effective air defense system, and fully protected borders on land and at the sea. This is a shared responsibility for Ukraine and its partners, and we call this our security guarantees. Let me once again emphasize, Ukraine's place is in the European Union and NATO. And these are not distant aspirations. They are strategic imperatives. Ukraine has proven its commitment to democratic reform, to transparency, and to fighting corruption, even under wartime conditions. EU and NATO membership will anchor Ukraine's recovery, bolster deterrence, and serve as the clearest possible signal to Moscow that aggression will never succeed. The upcoming NATO summit must take further steps to bring Ukraine closer to membership. In parallel, the EU must maintain momentum on accession negotiations and ensure concrete and irreversible progress. In this effort, the Baltic Sea region has become a front line of resilience and leadership. Finland and Sweden's accession to NATO has profoundly strengthened the alliance's posture in the region. The commitment of Baltic and Nordic states to forward defense, enhanced readiness, and regional cooperation is setting a benchmark for others to follow. We also commend the strong statement made by the leaders of the Joint Expeditionary Force member states in Oslo on May 9th, that expressed their support for Ukraine, as well as their decision to establish an enhanced partnership with Ukraine as an associate participant of the JEF. The partnership will unlock tremendous potential of the operational coordination, strengthening maritime and cyber capabilities, and allows for rapid response in times of crisis. Deepening this partnership is our priority. Equally vital is the collective effort to shut down Russia's shadow fleet. These ghost ships are helping Russia bypass sanctions and continue financing its aggression. We must close loopholes, increase maritime surveillance, enforce sanctions rigorously, and deny Russia the revenues that it uses to fund the war. The Baltic Sea is not just a commercial artery. It is a strategic domain. Its security demands proactive cooperation, credible deterrence, and firm political resolve. Dear friends, let me use this opportunity to express a deep gratitude to Finland and other countries of the Nordic Baltic region whose steadfast support, military, political, humanitarian, has inspired many. Your leadership truly matters. Your example matters. We are stronger when we stand together. We are safer when we act together. And we will be secure only when Ukraine is secure within its internationally recognized borders, with its sovereignty intact, and its rightful place in the European family. One more crucial prerequisite of a just and lasting peace is full Russia's accountability for all war crimes, crime against humanity, genocide, and crime of aggression. We have a good progress on these tracks, but need to ensure that restoration of justice is on top of our agenda. Let this be our message today. The future of the Baltic Sea, of Europe, of rules-based international order depends on our ability to ensure a just peace for Ukraine, built on strength, unity, and unwavering resolve. Throughout my term in office as Ambassador of Ukraine to Finland and Iceland, a lot has changed. And Finland, known to Ukrainians, particularly for its Lapland attractions, now became known for its comprehensive security, for its outstanding and unwavering support for Ukraine, for shared values, for shared understanding of challenges and threats, and shared vision for the future. It means a lot. And Ukraine prioritizes cooperation with the Nordic and Baltic countries because this cooperation is built on trust and mutual understanding. And I end my today's speech with a sincere hope that Baltic Sea Region Forum next year is convened in Ukraine. We will be there to help and assist. Thank you very much. Kiitos paljon. Thank you.
Before I start my keynote, I'd like to thank Madam Ambassador, and I have to say that Finland will continue to support you as long as it takes, and everything it takes. Ladies and gentlemen, my issue is a little bit different. When I was a young boy, I admired Jacques Cousteau. Everybody knows him, I guess, here. And that quote is his. We must not treat the sea as a garbage dump. And frankly, okay, I'm a little bit, have maybe the same age like he used to be, but this mission is still unfinished. A sea that connects us all and a sea that sustains life, culture, and communities across the nations that surround it. Yet, as we know all too well, this great body of water faces challenges. Today, I will focus on one issue only. The Baltic Sea is in distress. Excess nutrients, particularly nitrogen and phosphorus from agricultural runoff, wastewater discharges and pollution are choking its waters. And that's about me, by the way. Yeah. Almost like Jacques Cousteau, I'm in the face. But I have done nothing like he has done. But and it's important to understand that all those things what we are seeing reflects our choices. And I have some good news as well. This beautiful picture is from Airismaa, Rymättylä. Recent research from Stockholm University has revealed a beacon of hope. Phosphorus levels in the Baltic Sea are now decreasing faster than they are being introduced. This study, which examines the long-term effects of nutrients pollution, shows that legacy phosphorus accumulated over decades has been gradually reduced. But still, there is a size of island of dead zone, hypoxic zone in the Baltic Sea, and it's one of the largest in the whole globally. Here is myself with my colleague. I took all the parliamentarians who are interested in sea to see this dead zone area, and it's awful black material. We realized, but the good news is that without the decisions and science, that dead oxygen depleted area would be double size. So we have saved once Baltic Sea already. We should do it again. And here are some statistics that you can easily trust my words. Nitrogen and phosphorus load to the Baltic Sea. And if you look at the 80s, when improved wastewater treatments in the 80s has happened, there's great change during those years. As you see, this is a HELCOM material. It's not politicians talk only, but this is science. That happens once, and it could be possible to do it again. One thing what we can do is also the legislation part of it. What kind of things we can do in order to get rid of the garbage. And this is one law I personally have written with the help of Baltic Sea Action Group and all the other science people. I'm not only sharing this, I don't mean to brag that much, but of course I do a little bit, but also to show that there are still a lot of things we can do as a politicians, as a members, as a people around the Baltic Sea. So that was the legislation, and now it's confirmed, and also Sweden and Denmark is sharing this legislation. So one area is done. 2,000 cargo ships every day, 20,000 tons of waste being dumped. That's too much. Of course, the legislation is only one part. There should be also the change of the behavior in every level, and the attitude should be changed. If you don't obey those laws, nothing changed. But that's done at least. But there are still a lot of issues we should tackle and finish, like Gusto tried. I think the main thing is this one. The water cycle and the life cycle are one. And every level, if we are going into that, the same idea comes to the tables. And the next level is a little bit more complicated than the boats and cargo ships. That's the agriculture change which is needed. We should have a completely different way to make our food, even though it's essential to have it, of course. But for example, this particular animal is not the reason of the whole problem, but our river area, which is one of the biggest areas where we get those catchment areas, accounting for 88% of the phosphorus load is coming from those animals. So it's not about the guiltiness, but the fact. That's the fact. And if you are going to in detail what is going on in this area, this particular area, which is the HELCOM list still as a problem, you can see that the one method you can tackle with the problem is this kipsi käsittely, kipsi issue, and the potential is in this very area where we are. So that's one opportunity, and actually government delivered the whole material for the farmers for free. So it's and we will continue that, even though, as you have might hear, that Finland has some challenges with finance issues, but we still provide that help to the farmers. The problem is that will have about 5 years time when you can benefit of it. So there should be even more and more radical change needed. But that's a good part of it, and I hope everybody use this especially in this area. The big thing is this one. This is again from Baltic Sea Action Group. You have now two possibilities, two different pictures from the field. Which soil produces better and binds nutrients to the field better? It's quite easy to understand that in this area, the right one is the right one in many ways. So we should change the way how we produce our agricultural products in the future. And there are a lot of farmers who are already doing this. 2,000 farmers are using this kipsi käsittely, and there are hundreds of farmers who obey this kind of thinking, philosophical thinking as well. So the goal is not that difficult. It's different what we have used to do, but if you want to have some kind of change, as we want, follow Jacques Cousteau and all the others, we should change to that direction. And that means all of us as consumers and politicians and farmers, companies, we are all part of that challenge. So it's doable. I noticed that even Jacques Cousteau is not there anymore, but Sir Attenborough is, and he recently has said that those words, that quote behind me, I think we all should follow that one. We must recycle. We must harness the power of nature itself to purify our waters and ensure that the vital nutrients we extract from the land are returned in a way that benefits ecosystem and agriculture alike. And wastewater treatment plants must become more than just filters. In addition, we must take bold steps to support responsible agriculture and forestry practice. And because I have heard many times, I have the pleasure to know Madam Ambassador, I have to say one other environment issue, and that's shadow fleet as well. Russia's shadow fleets must be stopped. It's both security and an environmental threat. By circumventing sanctions, Russia is financing its war in Ukraine. And it's an environmental issue as well. But that's it. We have done it before, and we can do it again. Thank you.
In this 17th Baltic Sea Region Forum. The title for this panel will be probably shortly shown on the screen as well, hopefully, but it is the security of maritime transport in the Baltic Sea. A very timely topic, as we all know. I will be your chair today in this panel. I am Lauri Ojala, Professor of Logistics at the Turku School of Economics here at the University of Turku, and have been working with maritime port issues for more than 40 years in various capacities, and continue to do research and teaching in that area still. Security of maritime transport in the Baltic Sea is a timely topic, as I said. We will have a structured panel discussion with our 7 panelists who will be introducing themselves shortly. You will see the names and the pictures on the screen. They are organized in an alphabetical order here, from Lennart Ball to Tina Turnala on the other end of the table. The structured panel discussion will comprise 6 topics, in addition to this opening and the closing, a few words for closing. We will start with a more general setting the scene type of topic, navigating the Baltic Sea. What are the environmental and operational realities when doing maritime transport shipping in the Baltic Sea? The second topic will deal with sea lines of communication as economic lifelines, meaning that how important is the Baltic Sea for the coastal states around this semi-enclosed sea, and also beyond the Baltic Sea, obviously, as well. The third topic will deal with safety and security, with the emphasis on the word security at sea. And how are we able to counter the emerging, and not only emerging, but already realized threats in the Baltic Sea, especially when it comes to shipping, maritime activities, both on the surface and below the surface. Coordinating maritime domain awareness is the fourth topic, meaning that what sort of tools, organizations, means, methods, capacities there are to follow what is happening on the sea surface, and maybe below it as well. The maritime domain awareness. We will also have a specific topic, number 5, dealing with the undersea or underwater critical infrastructure and how to protect that. Not an easy task to do, as we know and have seen. And we will be closing with a sort of a joint concluding, summarizing words from our panelists on what you could call a future-proofing of Baltic maritime security. What sort of strategies and cooperation methods or cooperation forms would be needed, and how the existing ones could be used and enhanced even further. So we start with the navigating the Baltic Sea as an environment, go to sea lines of communication, safety and security, then maritime domain awareness, and then protecting underwater critical infrastructure, and the closing panel. We will start first by short introductions for each and every one of our panelists in this same alphabetical order, from your point of view, from left to right. So, Lennart, you're welcome to take the first introduction.
Yes, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for inviting also the European Maritime Safety Agency here at this interesting conference. So I'm working at EMSA, which is an agency of the European Union. We are giving government-to-government support, and some of our tasks, I think, are relevant for today's discussion. We are building the maritime picture for the countries in Europe, but we are following 150,000 vessels worldwide. We also have algorithms to detect strange behavior of vessels, which I think is also relevant for the topic today. We are assisting member states with the implementation of sanctions against Russia. And we will come back to that later in the discussion. And we have a wide range of surveillance tools, like satellite imagery, drones in the air and underwater, that I think are also very relevant for what we are discussing in the Baltic. So I'm happy to come back later in the discussion to those topics. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lennart. And then we go to the higher echelons of political influence and activity. Artis, you have a long background in the political life, both in your native state Latvia and also in European Parliament and so forth. Please go forth.
Yes, thank you very much. First of all, thank you to Kari and everybody here for being able to invite me and for my participation here. I am at this moment defining myself as a concerned citizen, since I'm out of active politics, but I still have old bad habits, which would mean that I will start with presenting myself, as politicians do. And in that case, my experience is in politics, twice defense and once foreign minister, twice vice prime minister, European Parliament also. But academically, I'm a political scientist, and that would mean that in today's discussion, where I do represent my think tank, at this moment, the Northern Europe Policy Center, I probably would like to, in our analysis of situation in the Baltic Sea, a little bit to elaborate maybe 3 issues, which would mean first, situation awareness, and it's probably important for the very beginning of this our meeting, and situation awareness in my view is that we must face reality and look into the eyes of reality, which means we are next to the Russia. Russia is a threat to all of our countries, a fundamental threat. This threat will not diminish in the next decade. And since the Baltic Sea is of existential issue for all of us, we are living around this Baltic Sea and it unites us, that means that if we do not take care together about security over the water, under the water, we will run into the trouble. And there is a lot of things to do. And in this regard, I would like to talk in future about 3 things, 3 levels: capabilities to do something, cooperation, how do we act, because we have a lot of different types of decision makers around the Baltic Sea, and the third thing is, of course, political decision making, because we need a political will or a will in general to succeed with anything. You can have resources, you can have information, but if you do not exercise the will, things will not happen and the threat will increase.
Thank you very much, Artis. And we move forward to Marko Petkovic.
Thank you very much, Lauri. Thank you, Centrum Balticum, and thank you, Kari, for inviting the Swedish Navy to this event, bringing us all together, shedding some light on the current issues at hand. So I'm directing naval operations in Sweden, keeping operational oversight both nationally and internationally on our all commitments. After about 15 years at sea, my recent experiences comes from doing almost the same thing abroad for over the last 8 years, 6 of them abroad, 3 years in Italy in an operational capacity, and then 3 years in Brussels in more of a negotiation type of a setting. Happy to share some insights on the regional operational settings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then Mikko Simola from the Finnish Coast Guard.
Thank you. Yes, good afternoon from my side as well, and thank you for the invitation to this event. I'm representing the Finnish Border Guard, which operates under the Ministry of the Interior in Finland. I am currently commander of Gulf of Finland Coast Guard District, which means that my area of responsibility in the maritime domain starts from the Finnish-Russian maritime border in the eastern Gulf of Finland, where the territorial waters meet each other, and it lasts until Hanko Peninsula after the Gulf of Finland. So I'm highlighting here today some aspects of our portfolio: Coast Guard functions, maritime safety, maritime security, and perhaps it's also good to remind that the Finnish Border Guard is also part of the national defense of Finland. Thank you.
Thank you, Mikko. And then here on my left-hand side, Sanna Sonninen.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. It's an honor to be in this distinguished panel today. I come from the Maritime Director at the Finnish Maritime Authority side, so Finnish Transport and Communications Agency. Our main responsibilities are the maritime safety when it comes to ships, environmental issues, but also when it comes to many navigational systems and equipment. So our daily work is related not on the sea side, on an operational task, but more on the desk work. And of course, we are the flag state authority and the port state authority in Finland. So through the cooperation that we have in Finland, also NATO, EU, and other fields, we are the hands-on authority on what the safety of the ships is at the moment developing to.
Thank you. And our third panelist in uniform, Tomasz, you are welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation. I'm Director Commandant of Polish Naval Academy, and our Naval Academy is not only the school academy to train the future officers, but we also the research center, and we provide the classes for the civilian students. I spent 15 years in the board of the ship, and was the last 7 years I was the commanding officer of the intelligence ship, and now after that I start my academic and science career. Now I'm Director Commandant and received the rank of the Rear Admiral and Professor, and my main field of interest, science interest, is maritime and naval security and strategy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And then finally, Tiina.
Thank you. Thank you, and good afternoon. It's great to see that we have a full house interested about Baltic Sea. I'm CEO of the Finnish Shipowners Association, and Finnish Shipowners Association represents Finnish shipping companies who operates in foreign trade, and we represent Finland in shipowners umbrella organization in Europe and globally. And myself, I'm also chair of Maritime Transport Pool, which is a private public cooperation organization which is responsible for security of supply in maritime sector. And my background is actually in government side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now we have a good introduction to our panelists, and we move over to our first topic, which is bringing to the table what sort of operational environment, geographically, environmentally, and otherwise, the Baltic Sea actually is. Many of you in this esteemed audience are very familiar with the Baltic Sea as an operational environment through shipping or other activities. Some may be slightly less so. But we will open this topic with Marko. You have been navigating the Baltic Sea and the North Sea side as well for quite some time. Please.
Thank you, Lauri. Let's see if I manage to bluff my way through this. So, dear guests, a few words on the operational environment. The Baltic Sea region is one of the world's most strategically significant maritime regions. It's a confined and semi-closed body of water where multiple nations' interests intersect, including Sweden, Finland, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Germany, Denmark, Norway, but not to be forgotten, Russia as well. Its unique geographical, oceanographic, political and judicial conditions makes it an arena for both good cooperation and unfortunately also sometimes potential conflict. I will briefly elaborate on the geographical and operational aspects of the Baltic Sea region. The region consists of Skagerrak, Kattegat, the Danish Straits, the Baltic Sea itself, the Gulf of Finland and the Gulf of Bothnia. These waters hold hundreds of thousands of islands, narrow straits, and short distances with shallow depth averaging only 60 meters. These short distances also means short reaction times, us being vigilant, but also the fact that we need to be able to operate with high readiness and for navies, constant presence at sea. The Baltic Sea region consists of brackish waters and massive ice conditions in the Gulf of Finland and the Gulf of Bothnia in winter times. These aspects present a highly specific and specialized operational environment in which mariners need to operate. The Baltic Sea region is 24/7, 365, trafficked by 4,500 ships, shining AS, and additionally numerous smaller ships and boats. Compared to the English Channel, with 1,300 passengers per 24 hour, the Singapore Strait with 1,000 and the Gibraltar Strait with about 300, the Baltic presents something else, even if it's not a strait per se. Apart from seabed and surface infrastructure such as gas, oil, and wind power rigs, power and communication cables, sea mines also infest the seabed. We assess that at least 50,000 mines are still on the bottoms of the Baltic Sea region as remnants of war, still presenting a threat to the maritime industry. And approximately 97% of all Swedish national import and export of goods is somewhere in the supply chain transported by sea. A big part of our import and export transfers through the harbors of Gothenburg, in which Norway, Finland, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania also are dependent on, including the sea lines of communication. To the above are also the Russian Baltic Fleet, with its bases in Kaliningrad and St. Petersburg, well adapted to this area and very active. Russia relies heavily on the Baltic, with large parts of its import and export passing through the area. Finally, the war in Ukraine has also shown the strategic importance of surface infrastructure, and as such, the bridges over the belts and, of course, the bridge over Öresund. Even without the military aspect, one has to bear in mind the Baltimore accident of last year, where a merchant ship colliding with the bridge that accentuates the navigational aspect and the potential risk with that. Despite these aspects, some more concerning than others, our region is, from a military point of view, an overall well-functioning area. And with that said, I think I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Marco. And that was a perspective from a Navy sort of organization specifically and broadly. Thank you for that. But now we go over to the merchant, marine and commercial operations side. Tina, how do you see the operation? For example, what sort of cooperation activities or actions do we need to ensure the safe navigation, including winter navigation and so?
Well, thank you. Well, Marco, that was really wide. I don't have too much to add, but maybe I would say that, as mentioned, we have ice is one of the challenges from point of view of navigation and safety of navigation, and we have, in general, I think the Gulf of Finland especially is very challenging water area, because the average depth of the Gulf of Finland is 38 meters when, for example, Mediterranean Sea is 1.5 kilometers. So you can see the difference. And the ice navigation it requires skills, navigation and ice navigation skills. So not everybody can just come to see the icy waters and start navigating, because it's different than open sea navigation. And one important point is too that it's needed, the ice-classed vessels are needed definitely when navigating our waters. And unfortunately, for example, most of the shadow fleet vessels operating in the Gulf of Finland, they are not ice-classed. But, well, maybe luckily we had a quite mild winter last winter, but let's hope that next winter will also be quite mild if we don't solve the problem before that. And maybe about the operation environment, I would like to say that the shadow fleet, together with the shallow waters and satellite position jamming, increase risk for environmental disaster very highly. So we are very worried about that. But we, luckily, I think what one good thing what we have is we have had tens of years vessel traffic service, which is a very important tool for safety of navigation in our challenging waters. Vessel traffic service monitors traffic and provides information and aid for navigation when needed. And it prevents tens of accidents every year. And what comes to the cooperation, you asked what is the cooperation. I think at least in Finland, we have excellent cooperation between authorities, and we have excellent cooperation between authorities and private sector companies. So that's absolutely something positive in this very challenging situation. And still about the cooperation, what comes to the ice ice situation and ice breaking services. We have also our administrations, they have very good cooperation with Sweden. Finland and Sweden have a ice breaking cooperation which has been working for many, many years and hopefully will continue for many other years too. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Tina. And we move on to, before moving on to the sea lines of communication and their importance, Marco, you were mentioning the rather high frequency of passages through the Danish Straits, and we also have the Gulf of Finland, which has both these passages, east and west, but also traversing traffic, both in the Danish Straits and in the Gulf of Finland. From a, let's say, a competent authority point of view, Mikko, how would you describe the situation in the Gulf of Finland, which is your responsibility?
Yes, thank you, Lauri. From the Coast Guard aspect, I would like to perhaps highlight a bit on the impact of this dense traffic in a narrow sea area from the response point of view. Shortly speaking, in a nutshell, the area middle of the Gulf of Finland where the eastbound and westbound traffic meets, the passengers vessels transporting passengers from or between Helsinki and Tallinn. This is maybe one of the most risk areas, thinking about, for example, a situation where a tanker or perhaps a tanker with even chemicals on board would collide with a ferry full of passengers. In addition to the, let's say, traditional Tallinn-Helsinki traffic, there is every year many, more than 100, for example, in this year, cruise ships arriving to Helsinki with even more passengers on board. So the risk level certainly exists, and we need to be ready for that from the Coast Guard point of view, what comes to saving lives, search and rescue, as well as marine environmental response activities. If we think about, let's say, even only one single oil tanker transporting Russian oil via Finnish exclusive economic zone, international waters, can even carry more than 100,000 tons of oil. So, as Marco told, constant readiness is also certainly needed, including international cooperation from the Coast Guard community point of view. Thank you.
Thank you. So there are clearly issues, important and also threatening issues in our seas, but at the same time, it is a lifeline for the countries around the sea and beyond. Marco, you were briefly into the very high importance of Baltic Sea for Swedish trade in your introduction. But if we move on and look from the Latvian side, for example, Arstis, how would you describe the importance of this uninterrupted maritime trade for the regional economy and including also supplies of critical raw materials and energy?
Thank you. Actually, in one word, I can describe it as a huge. Why? Because we cannot in current times, and probably also not in current times, to just divide civilian necessities from security necessities. Because if you look from the Latvian or the Baltic perspective, and I would dare even to say from the perspective of also such countries as Finland or Poland or Sweden, then if there is no security, no other things will run. And Baltic Sea gives to us in the Baltics the thing what we have been missing as a small country as far as our strategic defense, which means sea gives us a strategic depth. If we remember, and I don't go here in Hanseatic times or Middle times, but if you remember last century, upcoming Soviet invasion in the Baltics, autumn 1944, a lot of boats went from coast of Kurland or from Estonia to Sweden, Bornholm, other places, just people were running, refugees were going. That's number one. Number two, even if we are not an island, as the Baltic states and Latvia, we are in certain sense an island because communication lines, and if I'm correct, most of communication lines in the world now actually going under the water. So communication lines from Latvia to our allied countries are going under the Baltic Sea on the depths of Baltic Sea, and this is information. So telecommunications, internet, everything, banking, such things. Secondly, also energy lines like electricity, also for some countries, gas pipelines. So that is highly important. If we cannot secure this part under the water, we are really running into trouble. Then, of course, traditionally over the water shipping lines, which we all know, Latvia alone has 3 big ports. 2 of them, Ventspils and Liepāja, are non-freezing ports. This is why they have been always in the mindset of the Russian imperial tradition. Then we should not forget also that the Baltic Sea as a wide area is not only difficult to control, but it is taking on itself also the air traffic, because we can be made as an island if we cannot ensure denial of access to, let's say, in this case, we could speak again about Russia. Nobody else is threatening us here. Also their traffic, if it is cut, things will not go on. And looking from a defense perspective, you see those ports and support from our ally countries, thanks for the Finnish and Swedish membership in NATO, made this strategic depth larger, but we still would have to rely on decent supplies if suddenly we will be invaded. So from that perspective, it is our duty to ensure that the lines under the sea, or on the water and in the air over the Baltic Sea cannot be disrupted by any kind of force, in this case our enemy forces, potential enemy forces, and this is our common duty, and this is what we probably have to speak about, how to ensure that.
Thank you. We will come back to the topic of how to protect these underwater critical infrastructure assets a bit later on. But indeed, I mean, this importance of the Baltic Sea is not only for goods or cargo, it is of course very much movement of people, but also energy and data information in that sense. If I now give the floor to Tina, the sea lines of communication and keeping them up and running, not only for the Baltic Sea states, but also countries beyond. How would you describe the role from the shipping industry point of view and maybe broader from your perspective?
Maybe a little wider perspective, because I think shipping is very important worldwide. It's the over 80% of the global trade, and even 96% of the Finnish foreign trade is transported by sea. And maybe I just conclude that it has been said often that if shipping were to stop, half of the world's people would starve and half of the world's people would freeze to death. So maybe that describes that it's very important.
So nobody would be left?
Maybe few strongest.
Would you like to elaborate?
No.
Sorry for the comment. But do you still have something to add on this general topic?
I can, if you're going to discuss about what can be done, I'm happy to comment about that.
Yes, please continue. Yes.
Yeah, because there can be, of course, there can be several different disruptions. For example, oil accident, which is, of course, or some other maybe smaller disruptions. But when we are looking, we heard very good speech from the ambassador of Ukraine at the beginning of the seminar. And in Ukraine, when Russia attacked Ukraine, the maritime transportation stopped basically for several months, almost half a year. And in Finland, total halt of maritime traffic would be very traumatic, even more traumatic than in Ukraine, because we are so dependent on maritime traffic. So it's very important that we have we have tools how to continue maritime traffic if something similar happens. And of course, we have to. A small part of the transportation can be switched to roads and rails, but only about 10% of the maritime transportation can be shifted to the different modes. So we have to take care that the maritime transportation continues in all kind of situations.
Thank you. And you also mentioned this reliance and dependence on the maritime sea lines of communication, but I would also like to remind that it is, of course, a mutual dependency. Also talking about Russia, they are also highly dependent on the Baltic Sea functioning sea lines of communication. I don't have any exact data, but the ones that I looked for some years ago was that something like 2/3, if not 3/4 of all supplies to St. Petersburg and the region around it, the Leningrad Oblast, are supplied by sea to ports in the Baltic Sea. And well over half of the imports to Moscow region is also coming through the Baltic Sea. Not only the exports of Russian crude oil, over half of which is transported through the Gulf of Finnish ports out to the world, with the means that we are going to discuss a bit later on. So this is really an important area. Would any one of you like to add any comments on this importance? Marco, you were already briefly in from a Swedish point of view. You said 97% or something like that?
96, 97%, yes.
Right. You do have the Norwegian border still, so that you have the North Sea coastline, whereas the Baltic states and Finland do not have these alternative options. So maritime connections are hugely important for these countries. But if we move on to the next topic, which is coming to the core of the theme, security of maritime transport, the safety and security at sea. And how do we counter these emerging threats? For example, the emergence of this so-called shadow fleet transporting Russian oil, even the more recent phenomena of so-called stateless vessels that do not have a flag state, which is in a legal limbo in a way, a very complicated situation. There have been disruptions for satellite navigation systems, and also the vessels themselves have been looking off their identification systems and stuff like that. So what sort of threats do we see from the shadow fleet and these type of activities in our cases? And let's take a European view from the European Maritime Safety Agency first. Lendert.
Yes, thank you. Yes, the shadow fleet or dark fleet, I think one of the questions we should ask ourselves, are we now effectively addressing this phenomenon? And then the answer is yes and no. No, if you look at the export of Russian oil through the Baltic, we see actually that the amount of Russian oil remains more or less stable. So we have roughly 12 million of tons per month going through the Baltic. And even with all our sanctions, we are not able to get the volume down. Maybe the price cap has helped a bit to reduce the income from the Russians. But in terms of volume, we have not been very successful. Of course, the destination of the oil has changed. Now it's mainly to India, Turkey and Brazil where the oil goes, the Russian oil. And of course, India is now the champion of oil laundering, if you want to call it like that. They are refining Russian oil, and then it comes back as Indian oil outside of the sanctions. So that is not, let's say, so far we are not very effective in protecting the Baltic by reducing the number of oil that goes through the Baltic. If you look at the sanctions that we have imposed on Russia, one of the tools that we have is to what we call designate vessels. It's a kind of blacklisting of vessels that are engaged in dark fleet activities. And actually, as a measure, it's quite effective. So far, member states have identified 153 vessels, and we are monitoring the behavior of those vessels after they are blacklisted. And then you see a drop in exporting Russian oil of 70-80% for those ships. So that's very good. Only the 150 vessels represents more or less 10-15% of the whole dark fleet. So in that sense, we should step up designating more vessels under this regime to be more effective. Otherwise, of course, we are not really touching upon the huge volume of Russian oil that comes out. So there, I think we have a lot to do. And of course, by improving our sanctions, we are pushing Russia to more obscure solutions. The more effective we become, you see by approaching flag states, they go to even worse flag states to sail with the oil. The maintenance of ships is worse. Older ships are being used. Ships are not being scrapped, but they're still used for exporting some of the Russian oil. So in that sense, we also have to carefully evaluate what we are doing, because some of our measures are in fact counterproductive in practice, and that will not help to save the problem. Of course, we're also looking not only at risk, but also do the risk materialize. So far in the last 4 years, 9 incidents have happened in the Baltic Sea with dark fleet vessels. And we are monitoring it constantly to see if the real, let's say, situation is worsening or not. Be careful with dark fleet and security, because if you look at the 3 cable cut incidents that there were in the Baltic, the last 3, 2 out of 3 were committed by bulk carriers and not by oil tankers. So dark fleet oil tankers is not the only threat. I think also other vessels coming out of Russia, 2 out of 3, were of course involved in the cable cuts. So I think we also have to widen a bit our perspective in looking at which ships are coming out of Russia and which kind of threat they are for us in the Baltic. So I can go on, but I think that is one of the important aspects. Of course, we should follow and monitor better those vessels. I think for AIS spoofing, it is not that difficult. I think we have algorithms, we have artificial intelligence that we can use more to see if there is any unusual behavior. GNSS jamming is more complex because there we don't have a solution by just improving the use of radar and also the old-fashioned lookout on board of the vessel to stay safe. So maybe this is here. I leave it here for the first intervention. Thank you.
Thank you, Lennart. And we have thought of a couple of, in an order or sequence of panelists. But I think now that you started, Lennart, with the authority point of view from the EMSA perspective, I think it's good to continue with Sanna. Then we take the other intended panelists. Sanna, you are representing the Maritime Authority of Finland, and you are sitting on top of exactly these things with the shadow fleet, stateless vessels, and GNSS, and all those satellite problems we have. What is your take?
Yeah, thank you, Lauri. It's easy to continue where Lennart said, because we have to understand that we're talking about a business. It's all about money. I only a few weeks ago heard an estimation that a single shadow fleet being taking oil after it takes 2 or 3 trips with fully laden, it has earned money so much that it doesn't matter anymore if we put it under sanctions or do something to it. So in average, we know that the shadow fleet vessels are able to do 7 to 9 trips, probably, with the sanctioned few oils. It means that the money that pours into the operators behind this is huge. Because this is all about business. As Lennart said, the more we do, the more it gets more difficult to follow. We have made sanctions, it is inevitable, but we have also created the problem by putting up sanctions. Since those ships didn't appear from anywhere, they were not built, they come from different parts of the world and they have been used. Some of the shadow fleet vessels or others, because we know the bulk carriers and the other ones who have caused harm are quite new, in fact. So that's a different phenomena. So the tankers that we use, many of them were already listed to be demolished, scrapped years ago, and all of a sudden here they are, transiting our Baltic Sea. The flag hopping is of course a new phenomenon. When you do outreaches from European Union or governments, you end up to a situation that one flag state says that, okay, we will not have the shadow fleet in our flag. It throws the ships out. They start seeking a new flag state. That might even be worse than the previous one. Or then the latest phenomena in the Gulf, in the Baltic Sea, which is not again a new phenomena globally, is about stateless vessels. And why is it so important, that the question of why are they causing some kind of a danger to us, is that the flag state is the key element on making the ship safe. Even though we have authorities operating at the sea, we have ship reporting systems and everything, we're still not able to affect what it goes on board the ship. And what cases like Eagles and others like the Kivala in the Estonian waters show us, we don't even start to comprehend the condition that the ships are in. And it goes all the way, it goes about the competence, about the training, the technical capabilities of the vessels. If you take the global regulation of the world, you can see that the shadow fleet is sort of like, it's dangerous in all of the aspects that we talk about. But it is a phenomena that more we do countermeasures, we would need to react on the results of those also.
Thank you. And the problem, maybe to clarify, the role of the flag of a vessel is that there is a link to a competent authority, national authority. But the other side of the coin is that if this ship is outside territorial waters of a flag state, the jurisdiction is rather limited, if at all, to intervene into a ship that is moving on the sea. So there is a sort of it falls between the chairs in a way.
Definitely, since the flag state is the one only player responsible that the ship is maintained, certified, according to the international regulation. So originally the register and the flag state were combined, and the idea behind the international maritime law is that they are combined. And whoever provides the flag to a ship also makes sure that it's compliant with the regulation. And our jurisdiction doesn't go on board in the international waters. So if we lose the role of flag state, being the authority, making sure that the ship is safe, we can't, from the shore side, there is nothing we can do at the moment with the international regulation.
We will move on. Thank you, Sanna. But maybe, Tina, you had a short comment here.
I had a short question, actually, to Sanna and or anybody else who wants to, because when I prepared this panel, just 20 minutes ago, maybe, I just came in my mind that, because we know that the responsibility of the flag state is very clear. What about, could it be possible that if there were some kind of sanction, if the flag state does not fulfill its responsibilities to ensure that ship flying its flag is complies with the international regulations, has all the everything fixed? Is there any? Have you discussed in the IMO or somewhere else that is there a possibility to sanction this kind of flag states?
Well, I suppose.
A short question, short answer.
Yeah, I suppose we all now know how much the flag states vary in the world and the limited powers that the IMO has over it. But of course, the whole system globally has been built to the first primary cause of being the flag state, and then secondary task being the port state control, so that every country into whose ports the ships visit can do the assessment. And if neither of these happens, the flag state is not doing its work, and the ship doesn't come to a port state where it's properly inspected, and the ship is doing innocent passage in international waters.
But sanctioning such a nation or state is very difficult.
It's very difficult.
If possible at all.
And sanctioning a state is actually something that we don't do.
Right. Thank you. But now we move on and we continue with Tomasz from the same sort of a shadow fleet, satellite disruptions, and all these threats that we are. What to do with this?
Yeah, but when we discuss about the shadow fleet, the first is a question, and we should find an answer for this question. We have no tools, or we have not will. This is a key point. The tools, even according to international law, we can find, but we must be similar as an advocate in the court. Be smart and be more creative to implement the international law. The will, of course, if we stop the shadow fleet, this is also dangerous for our economy. But we must think, in the Baltic Sea, we are not in the, let's say, in the computer game. We have no 7 or 8 lives. For example, let's play with the figures. Last year, in 2024, 78 million of crude oil was transported from the Russian port to the other countries. If we take that the tanker is a capacity about 100 tons, it means 78 tankers. It means 2 tankers per day. So at that time, at least 7 tankers from the shadow fleet are in the Baltic Sea. The accident with the engine close to the Rugia, the tanker from the shadow fleet with the 100,000 tons of oil, will be the disaster for the Baltic Sea. Of course, so far, there's no such accident in the Baltic Sea, but one is enough to make the disaster in our sea. Other countries have different to enter to the other seas. We only for the Baltic. It's not only from the environment, loss and costs, but also for the tourist economy, fishing more and more. What's the main problem with the shadow fleet? The technical condition of the ships, the crew not obey the international regulation, COLREC and other. They also, when we discuss, that not have, some of them did not have the insurance. We must remember that in the Baltic we have especially special regulation. Baltic is a particular sensitive sea area. And this is the more strict regulation about the environment protection than in the other seas. But it means the will. Can we stop? Of course. But we must compare the costs and the price. So this is the key element. But this is still dangerous, as we mentioned. Only one accident will be disaster for our sea, only with the crude oil. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tomasz. And I think we come to the realization that the solutions and answers are not only on a technical or a competent authority level, they are also require a lot of political international coordination. How would you put your words, Artis, on this, let's say, political level in this? With these problems?
I think we should call spade a spade, and actually we are in a huge trouble because I see here a moral, a practical, and also a legal problem. And let's put it like this. This is not just an issue for the Baltic Sea, because Baltic Sea is connected with other terminals, other ports, other seas and oceans. And that Russian oil, 78 million, what you mentioned, it is large part of that. It's actually purchased by our ally countries, which in the same time are sanctioning Russia. Already is the 3rd year of the war. Now, just a few weeks ago, European Commission announced that they are not ready to step away from the Russian energy before 2028. Now it's the beginning of 2025. So that is the same union which is claiming that it is based on the moral values. Which ones? So that is a real problem because I think, and here I think in one of the articles, Kari Liuhtu was very correct. We should sanction those ports and terminals. We should stop buying and importing Russian oil, Russian gas, because we are feeding war against us. And the previous speaker was very correct. It's a question about price. Sanctions always hurt both sides. Do you want to win or to lose? If you are afraid, if we are afraid to lose some money, then yes, it's cheaper to give in to Russia. I mean, don't resist. This is what they are telling to Ukrainians. And this is what they are telling also to us. Don't resist. We are stronger. Don't just give in. So buy that gas, buy that oil, and do as they please to do. Now, the second thing is about practical implementation. We can see that Russia is playing under the radar. They are smart people. They know the international legislation, either maritime legislation or any other legislation. This is why those cables are cut. Last year, October, November, 2 ships were cutting our cables. What happened to those ships? Were they punished? Were they taken away? Okay, they were stopped, they were apologized. Probably I don't have a full information, but in Sweden, they were in a court case telling they were not really guilty. So finally, I have to applaud to the Finland, which in December took that ship, finally. I don't know what happened now, but they took it. So we have to find a way how we do it, and we cannot just hide behind the outdated legislation. And now when we are in the mode of war, we have huge amounts of outdated international legislation. Just 3 examples, but there are many. It is legislation on the maritime. It's very outdated because when it was created in 1980s, who were thinking that it will be used like that? Legislation of 1990s for migration. You can see what happens at Finnish borders, Latvian borders, Lithuanian borders, Polish borders. Outdated legislation which is used to undermine our security on the fundamental right to live in a free democratic societies. The next one is also outdated. My country stepped down now out. It is a landmine Ottawa Convention. I mean, we were all arguing we need this convention. It's great, you know what I'm speaking about. Now, finally, we're stepping out of this. So we need a political will to stop those ships. We need a political will not to buy gas from criminals. We need a political will to change the legislation. But the thing is that if we want to do it according to the international legal system, look what is happening in United Nations and other places. Do you think you can implement international legislation timely to protect our national security according to the interpretation in the court where also Russians will play those things against us? I mean, that will take eternity. So it's not possible. This is why we're running in trouble, and we must, first of all, be ready to pay the price, because other price will be much more expensive. Secondly, we must be so innovative that we, despite of current outdated legislation, we can defend ourselves. And thirdly, we finally have to match our morals to our actions, which we are not doing.
Thank you. There was a lengthy, impressive list of all the things we need to do and what we would need the will to do so. The question is whether we have, and who is we in this particular case, because we is not necessarily one unity or entity. There are different varying aspirations also among the Western states here. But moving to the next more concrete, let's say, protection of our maritime...
I was concrete.
Thank you. Maritime domain. I mean, what is happening on the Baltic Sea? Who is doing what and going where and from where and what's happening? How do we coordinate the maritime domain awareness nationally and also between our states? If we take again a sort of a broader view from the EMSA, European Maritime Safety Agency, you have a control tower in Lisbon in your headquarters. Sort of.
Yes, well, I don't think it's a lack of information. I think the information is there. So we have the maritime picture. Of course, we can always do better. We have what we call integrated maritime services. We have our Safe SeaNet system that is available to all member states. We now have the Common Information Sharing Environment that also is catering for civil-military cooperation, so that we have information that can be topped up between different nations and also between different sectors. So I think in principle the tools are there. Of course we can always do better in using them and in sharing it. And that maybe requires a bit of a paradigm shift, that in the past information, keep it to yourself, was always a bit, information is power. And now sharing information is power. And there I think we can still do better. Although the Baltic has a very strong reputation in cooperation between the coastal states. I'm not sure how it is on a daily basis. My colleagues probably can say more about it. But of course, the terms of having the information available is there. So I don't think there is the problem. The problem are more, I think, illustrated by the previous speaker. That says, well, do we really want to suffer in terms of economic losses, etc. Indeed, we have a war situation, but we still play by the international rules. And the international rules are not fit for purpose. Although I think in terms of capturing insurance information on dark fleet, we are making now very good steps. So maybe later on we can say a bit more about that, because it's not all that black, but certainly we should step up our efforts. Thanks.
Thank you. And that was the overall, let's say, European Maritime Safety Agency view. And now we go to the, let's say, doers of the hard security part of the work. Marko, you from the Swedish Navy part, and Mikko, you from the Finnish Border Guard, the Coast Guard part. And then we will follow up with Sanna from the Civilian Maritime Authority. But Marko, how good a picture do you have what is happening on the Baltic Sea when you look at your screens and your control tower, which is a bit more sophisticated than the one in EMSA that I have been seeing?
Thank you, Lauri. Starting off by saying that I fully agree with Lennart to everything that he is expressing. We have a fair understanding of the maritime situation as it is today. Sweden comes from a long history of being a non-aligned, where we have been forced to set up both sensors where we collect, analyze, and disseminate information, which we have had nationally for quite some time. If you look at the military side of the house, which we eventually started to share with our closest neighbors and allies, and with Finland in particular, we have a very good exchange, ranging from all the open information to the far extreme with very classified stuff as well. We have the same cooperation between the Baltic nations, excluding Russia, but including the UK, called SUCBAS, Surveillance Cooperation Baltic Sea. And then we connect that to the EU on the military side with maritime surveillance as well. So I would argue that we have a very good picture. I would align myself to what Lennart just said, and argue that we need to connect both the civilian side of it with the military, and not talk about one military operational picture nor a civilian one, but one operational picture out of which the different stakeholders could pull their respective interests in information-wise. The next step for us as a nation would be to reach full connectivity with NATO, to be able to share more information with them, as well as receiving from other parts of the Allied territory to make better benefit of the common knowledge. I'll stop there.
Thank you. Thank you, Marko. And maybe I add to that what you said just at the end. You said that you need to do this and NATO needs to do that. I think it's good to remember that NATO is a political organization first and foremost, and the NATO member states need to do their own homework in their own territories and territorial waters and around it. So NATO is not coming to do these things for us. Mikko, you have a close view and eye on what's happening especially in the Gulf of Finland, from maritime domain awareness. I think something Marco was taking up. I think Finland has taken maybe 1 or 2 steps further to a uniform platform to share information between authorities, domestically at least.
Yes, thank you. It's quite easy to continue after these comments on EU level and from Sweden. What you asked, Lauri, about the kind of national, domestic or interagency cooperation in Finland, certainly I can start by saying a few words on that. So there is a long tradition in Finland on forming the common maritime picture as part of the maritime domain awareness, especially between the Finnish Border Guard, the Coast Guard, Navy, Transport and Communications Agency, also part of or the body leading the vessel traffic services. So these kind of common use of technological solutions, sensors, radars, cameras, and sharing that information basis is there. There is a long tradition, more than 30 years actually in Finland on that. So generally speaking, I would say that the situation is certainly well shared and formulated, but I believe that we certainly can find some areas where we still on international level and nationally can further improve our activities. Perhaps I will open shortly a bit on my idea on what is the whole purpose of the maritime domain awareness. So it's not the total goal itself, but actually by having maritime domain awareness, we have an efficient tool for reaching the objectives. From the Coast Guard perspective, it's saving lives, preventing crime, prevent damaging critical underwater infrastructure. We will perhaps move on a bit on that later. So in addition to collecting reliable information and maritime domain awareness, and when we are increasing so-called Western presence on the Baltic Sea area, I, as an operational commander, see it important that we find solutions to share maritime domain awareness information and data without any delays between those actors, so that, for example, from the Coast Guard authorities' point of view, we have sufficient basis for acting from the law enforcement point of view as well. Then technological tools and support from EU layer are certainly needed also to the northern Baltic Sea area. Leander told about EMSA's common information sharing environment, so the Finnish Border Guard strongly supports on further developing that as basis for more enhanced information sharing between member states and allies, and of course support for almost real-time satellite images and so on are important bases for directing our operational activities in an effective manner. Perhaps my last point here, a bit also linked what was discussed in the previous topic about countering emerging threats in the Baltic Sea area. I think in one of the opening speeches today, the area of Baltic Sea, from my perspective, especially Gulf of Finland, can also be seen from the hybrid operations point of view at the moment. So from the Coast Guard, we need to ensure that we have as much basis via maritime domain awareness when we give our tasks to our units as possible. We need to be prepared always, even that when we start some activity from the search and rescue life-saving point of view, next step immediately after that can be law enforcement activities requiring executive powers, and who knows, even stepping one step further by needing military force in a hybrid nature environment. So maritime domain awareness, generally speaking, certainly on the Baltic Sea, on national level in Finland and between Western member states is on good level, but I believe that we can still further improve some areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Mikko. And Mikko was also referring to from the Finnish point of view, the long-standing cooperation between the maritime authorities in Finland. I think Tiina was, once you were in the agency, was very much active in that part. But now it is, Sanna, your work. You are the Maritime Director of Finland and sitting in the transport Traficom, what is called. How do you see this maritime awareness picture and how does it work from your point of view and this cooperation, information sharing and so?
Yeah, I think that the main point is what Marko and Mikko here said, that we have on the sea, we have this more military maritime domain awareness. It's good and it's evolving. Maybe the civil side is slightly on its old role. And I'm not saying that it should be widened, but I'd like to first start a little bit from the previous topic. So you can isolate when you talk about domain awareness or anything like that, you can isolate that we have been talking about shadow fleet. We know that it's a commercial phenomena. Then we have hybrid operations. As mentioned earlier, they can be a brand new container ship or whatever. The intention is something. The intention of shadow fleet is to transport sanctioned oil. The intention of hybrid operations to impact our safety. Then the third is the traceability. So we've been talking about AIS interference. The main purpose of that is, of course, to somehow shadow the flows of oil in the seasides. And then the fourth one is something that we should also remember when it comes to the safety of the ships, and that's like the GNSS disturbance. So that is a protective measure from Russia that is affecting our mariners, our ships and everything. So in that way you have 4 different angles to the maritime domain awareness. And I think that from the civil side that we respect, of course the cooperation is important, but we are basing our functions to the traditional safety, like is the international legislation. It's basing itself on the peacetime, not on the situation. So we don't look at the owners. As Lenbart said, we have good information, but we should now look into the new challenges, a new way of analyzing the maritime domain awareness.
Thank you. And it is an interesting word, this safety, as you know, in many languages like in Finnish and Swedish. It's one word, turvallisuus or säkerhet, which actually has the both sides, safety and security in English. So there's the soft side and the hard side. So now we are actually, the two sides are merging very much. So you can't anymore separate clearly the safety part from the security part. They are now one part and parcel.
Yeah, good point, yes.
Right. We take a closer look rather briefly on the topic that was popping up a number of times, the underwater critical infrastructure, and what can be done to protect it, be that gas or data connection cables or subsea cables of other type. What are the main challenges now? Are they legal mainly, or organizational, or are they technological, or what is it? Or is it surveillance part, or just to be able to deploy activities if some action is needed or is going to be happening? And how does the cooperation between the authorities, be that the coast guards or navies or civilian actors, look in this respect? We take the Gulf of Finland expert here, Mikko.
Okay, thank you. Yes, certainly, as you mentioned in the beginning, protecting critical underwater infrastructure is certainly not an easy task. Thinking about all the challenges, especially in the international waters, like the exclusive economic zone of Finland, a bit mirroring on the especially 2 incidents, the October 23 case, Baltic connector gas pipe between Finland and Estonia, and then last Christmas Day, the electricity cable between Finland and Estonia as well. I think that certainly, as we heard from Marko in the beginning of the briefing, that there are all the time in the Baltic Sea, even up to 4,000 vessels navigating on the area, so noticing abnormalities without delay of such an amount of vessels, it's a huge task, especially in the narrow water sea areas like Gulf of Finland. So constant monitoring of so-called abnormalities, abnormal behavior, changing speed, staying some time above critical underwater infrastructure and so on. That needs to be one of the focuses of the surveillance in order to be able to react if need be. I would also like to highlight the cooperation with the owners of the critical infrastructure, the companies. I personally had 2 weeks ago last meeting with the owners of the companies having infra in the Finnish territorial waters and Finnish exclusive economic zone in the Gulf of Finland area. So first of all, we need to ensure that, as it is today, all the channels are working if they notice any abnormalities or problems in their systems, especially on the sea area. So in the Gulf of Finland, my Coast Guard District's command center is the contact point for the civilian companies who are the owners of the infra. By having that information on problems immediately, we can limit the possible suspected vessels as much as possible and start our activities. Then certainly the interagency communication or cooperation in Finland between Navy, Finnish Police, Finnish Transport and Communications Agency, that needs to be in place, and it is like we saw in the holiday time, Christmas Day last year. But then as an operational commander, I would like to highlight the need to kind of find or use the existing tools, what we have in the legal instruments, also in the exclusive economic zone in international waters, meaning that all the possibilities of the United Nations Convention of the Law of the Sea needs to be put in place efficiently and also as quickly as possible, as my opinion, to be implemented in national legislation to find more background for operational actors to act and prevent damaging critical infrastructure. So that is certainly one area what needs to be further developed. As we have heard already today in this panel, international conventions do not change quickly, so we need to have a common approach and use the possibilities of existing convention already in the international waters, I mean in an effective manner in order to prevent damaging of critical underwater infrastructure. Then coming on a bit towards the future, what we need to even enhance and further develop is to find technological solutions or use more effectively the already existing technological solutions to support our surveillance operators to notice all the so-called abnormal behavior of vessels without any delay in order to find out with national authorities and with our international partners what might be wrong on that specific vessel. So that is important. Then, by having said that, as Lauri, you asked about Gulf of Finland area, there is in a kind of corridor of 80 kilometers a lot of critical underwater infrastructure. So from my point of view, the reaction time, if we need or if we aim, what we are certainly aiming to finding the possible guilty vessel, we need to immediately know if something is ongoing under sea. And by summarizing my point, again, the constant cooperation not only with the authorities and international partners, but with the companies, the owners of the critical infrastructure, is certainly a must. And then after that, we have full basis for quick decision making, informing political level immediately, because that's a crime from the Finnish point of view, which is then targeted to the Finnish-owned infrastructure, and then we have focused on having certainly sufficient response with our cooperation partners, if need be, to be sent also on board vessels.
Thank you, Mikko. And what about Tomas, your point of view? Vigilance is needed and also cooperation, sharing information with trusted partners and so forth. But
But to say that the most important is to follow the schedule. So I am unfortunately in front of the clock, so I knew what's time left to the end, so I cut my presentation as much as possible. The most important, we must ask why this such kind of the accidents. From the hybrid point of view and from the aggressor, this kind of the action is very attractive. Cost effective is huge for the aggressor. Not only the economic cost, but also the cost of repair the underwater cables. From the aggressor, it's very difficult to prove that the action was they want to destroy this. This is the key point. But, as I mentioned before, we must be also proactive. So even the regulation, now the international regulation, allowed to make more safety underwater cables are all critical infrastructure. For example, there's a rule that you can create a 50 meters safety zone around the critical infrastructure. But if you put a science instrument, you can add additional 500 meters. If you look at the navigation chart, you can see many places this is anchorage prohibited. You cannot drop the anchor in this area. Why not establish such safety zone from the anchorage along the underwater cables or pipelines? What's more, if the ship tries to enter to this, he must make some kind of the information. I check my anchor, everything is correct. So it reduces the potential threats. By the way, to repair the underwater cable takes from 2 weeks up to the 7 months. Fortunately, the European Union decided to spend 1 billion euros for the ships for repairing the underwater cables. Very often, it's not only the problem with the depth, but there is equipment with the special ships. So this is the most important. From the organizational, how to organize this protection, I'm sure that we can think that it's not the Polish, Finland, and Swedish critical infrastructure. It's a Baltic. So we can protect each other's critical infrastructure. This is the more important, the cooperation. I think 2 minutes.
Thank you. That was excellent, Thomas. Really saving our time schedule and timing. But now we have the time. Okay.
If I may, very short on this topic.
Yes, very short.
It's not only a Baltic, it's also a European issue. So the critical maritime infrastructure, as we call it, I think is now recognized that it's really a geopolitical target because it's a very easy way to disrupt. That's different from the past. I would like to recall that China, a couple of weeks ago, proudly announced that they have developed a special vessel able to cut cables. So that already is a good illustration that it becomes really a geopolitical tool. So we have to be prepared for it. I just want to remind everybody that the European Commission and the External Action Service in February launched a joint communication, an EU action plan for cable security. And I think it's important that we make steps to really implement that action plan so that we really, as Mikko said, use our existing capabilities to focus on this new problem. Because in the past, we always have taken this type of infrastructure for granted. And now this has fundamentally changed. So I think now we should also be prepared and work together to make it safer. And I think this action plan is a very good starting point also at the EU level to help member states in reaching that goal.
Thank you, Lennart. Maybe an idea could be to set up a sort of an EMSA sub-center of sort of preventing cable cutting in the Baltic Sea region. You set up a special entity here with all the vessels and stuff like that. What about that? Maybe sometime in the future.
Let's take it step by step.
Right. But now, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the closing stage of our seminar. what about the future-proofing of these maritime security issues in this region? We start the panel actually now from this side, from Tina's side. Very short, hopefully half a minute, maximum 1 minute.
Okay, thank you. I had 3 points, but I pick only one now. I go back to the security of supply point of view. For example, in Finland, seafarers working on ships flying Finnish flag are exempt from military service, so that they can take care of the maritime transportation that is important for the society if the situation is so bad that the security situation means that there is no commercial shipping. And we also have a specific Preparedness Act in which authorities can appoint Finnish shipping companies to transport important cargo in exceptional situation. So this actually leads my final point that we also have to take care that we have enough European and national fleet and seafarers.
Thank you. And then Tomas.
I try to conclude with the Latin proverbs. They will say, in pluribus unum. It means we are different countries, but we must serve as a in unity. Of course, we need more technical equipment to protect, but will, and the most important that we realize and cooperate. This is the main problem. Of course, why something is wrong with our critical infrastructure? Because of the costs. And we must create that who provide these threats to our critical infrastructure, to our maritime routes, must be the cost from his side must be much bigger than from our side. This is the key. But we must remember that shipping in the Baltic is still safe. But our duty is to reduce the risk of the environment, pollution and others.
Thank you. Interesting that you took this pluribus unum as an example that you can read in every American banknote. I mean, United States is probably not living its highest hour.
This is a motto of the United States.
Yes, not the highest hour of its unity at the moment.
Try to forget.
Sanna, please.
Cooperation and common decision making. So we need to have the will to decide what we are going to do, and we need to do it together. Not only the Baltic countries, but also different authorities, as the case is shown, the whole fund. Because we used to live a time when there was a shipping accident. We came up with a huge package of new legislation to affect the safety. Then we've had several accidents, just to name Costa Concordia and maybe the Stena Immaculate latest. The regulation was there. It was just ignored. And that's one of the things that we need to look into, that because it has often been mentioned already, we're not going to change UNCLOS. So we need to have doing interoperations, and we need to cooperate in what is our interpretation of, and what new measures does it give us the opportunity, authority of doing that way. So I think we need to move also from the safety-oriented to the security-oriented world.
Thank you. And then Mikko.
Yes, thank you. My 3 points would be, first, as mentioned before, we need to find ways to transfer and exchange maritime domain awareness-related information without delay between Western partners. Second point would be on using all the possibilities of the current conventions from the coastal states authorities' point of view, and also implement the possibilities efficiently in the national legislation. I would say that interpretation of law needs to be made based on the current operational environment. That is important. Third point, to be ready for operations in an area with a possibility of hybrid threats, security, safety, also national defense needs to be there from the response point of view from the beginning of different incidents. And then certainly at the end it's important here to say today that we need to go on and further develop our already existing good cooperation between neighboring member states and allies in the Baltic Sea area. Thank you.
Thank you. And Marco?
Yes, thank you, Lauri. So I fully agree with previous speakers. I may have the only add-on to that, and that would be, I mean, ranging from scholars to practitioners. Even if we are talking about these problems and frictions, it's quite important that we stress the fact that we are we live in a region where we have relatively safe and secure waters, so that we don't escalate or emphasize our problems too much. We have a responsibility to the public to let them know that we have it under control, but we're working on it, as everyone has just mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you. And then, Artis.
Yes, I would say that we need to assess reality soberly, which means even if we live in a safe area, we think we live, that can change overnight. Just look at your own Finnish movie, Conflict. That describes the situation. Secondly, civil and military security has merged. There are no lines in between. That should be assessed together. Thirdly, diplomatic and legal deterrence against culprits must be supported by practical means of deterrence. And if I think, for instance, about cables, which in this case is very important, but also about those ships, either civilian and rather civilian than military, I would say that we should use all the available modern technologies, which is drones, sensors around the cables, and speedy action. And speedy action is possible only if we collaborate among countries in the Baltic states, because not all of us have the same capabilities, but we do develop them. And if we do have a political will, because at the end we come to political will, then we can implement this. At this moment, it is kind of 50-50. It is sometimes there, and sometimes it's not there. And we don't have time.
Thank you. And finally, Lendert.
Indeed, practical steps. Crimes are committed when those that are committing it think that they are not being watched. And that you see also with the cable cuts, most of them were happening during night or early morning. So I think to step up surveillance is important, but also in a visible way. It's like having a speed camera. People behave better if there's a speed camera next to the road. But of course, if you are at sea and you don't see a speed camera, why would you behave? So I think we still have room to establish visible surveillance as one of the practical steps that we can improve. That will help also the situation in the Baltic. Another step is the way that we can ask now for insurance information when ships come through our mandatory reporting systems, so the BeltRep and the GovRep. We are preparing now a new amendment that also coastal states can ask for insurance information. That also will help. So I think, yes, we have to look at the bigger picture, but there is still room for practical steps that can improve the situation in the Baltic. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have only one closing question to all of the panelists with the hands up voting. We have heard a lot of discussion and description of various types of threat and problems and disruptions and pictures. But one single question. When it comes to regular shipping in the Baltic Sea, is it still safe? Can you still go there, take a boat, or go on a merchant vessel, do your ordinary business if you are behaving? Hands up who think that the regular shipping is still safe in the Baltic Sea. Right. Thank you. So with this relieving,
but you never know.
relief of voting, we can now adjourn to a coffee break, which is being served just outside. Thank you very much.
Okay, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have another interesting topic: sustainable maritime industry. My name is Veijo Hyvänen. I'm an editorial writer in the newspaper Turun Sanomat here in Turku. Nice to see you all here. Why is this topic so important to Turku region? The Turku archipelago is one of the most beautiful archipelagos in the world, So all actions to combat the climate crisis are valuable. Turku has a large shipyard, Meyer Turku, and the shipbuilding industry network is an important creator of value and employer in the region. We have major cruise companies and shipping companies, as well as large ports in Turku and Naantali. Few words how the topic of today has been defined. The maritime industry includes shipping, shipbuilding and support functions, for example, ports, fuels, logistics, and so on. Sustainable specifically refers in this panel to the green transition. We have a panel of distinguished experts here, and the panelists will introduce themselves, starting from my right in alphabetical order. Eini, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Eini Haaja. I'm postdoctoral researcher at University of Turku. I'm from the field of international business, whereby I'm approaching this topic from the perspective of international business networks. I've been studying the developments and dynamics in the maritime industry context for more than 10 years in various industry academia projects, and most of that time focusing on green transition, and particularly in the cruise ship building context, since we are located in Turku. And most recently, I've been studying also the developments regarding geopolitics and geoeconomics and how those influence our ambitions and progress in green transition. So this is my perspective towards this topic. Nice to be here, and thank you for the invitation.
Yes, I also want to say thank you for inviting me to be part of this panel. My name is Kikki Larsen, and I represent Fonden Mærsk Mc-Kinney Møller Center for Zero Carbon Shipping. We are a non-for-profit organization established slightly more than 5 years ago, and everything we do is to support our vision to sustainable decarbonize the maritime industry by 2050. So we are an independent technological agnostic, so we have no vested interest in any of the technologies, but we want to see a sustainable transition happening. We would provide this collaboration platform where we work with our partners that are big industrial players across the maritime ecosystem, and develop solutions and minimize the risk associated with the transition, and also advocate for the green decisions. And then finally, I want to say that we are science-based. We commit to the climate science approach, and we base our findings on data.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for the invitation to attend this very important event. My name is Simone Maraschi. I'm the Managing Director of Cruisegate Hamburg, which is a subsidiary of the Hamburg Port Authority. We operate the cruise terminals in Hamburg. We have 3 terminals, focus a lot on community engagement and on the work with other stakeholders. I'm also the president of Cruise Europe, which is a cruise and destination association with over 120 member ports, with the focus of showcasing the beautiful destinations that we provide, of course also the Baltic. But in the meantime, we deal a lot with sustainability, with the community, with the policymaker, and that's becoming a major part of my activity and the activity of our association. Thank you.
Thanks. Then we'll continue here. Tim Meyer.
My name is Tim Meyer. I've been responsible for Meyer Turku shipyard here in Turku for 5 years, and actually since May I've been transitioning in the board as a vice board member. We are a shipbuilding company since 7 generations in shipbuilding. Here in Turku, we have been engaging since 2014. We are building mainly cruise ships, but of course also offshore patrol vessels for the Finnish border guard.
Yes, and my name is Niels Rytter. I'm head of section of engineering operations management at University of Southern Denmark. I have a background having worked in Maersk fixing on-time delivery and capacity management for container vessels, and then over the last soon 10, 15 years. I have worked on a number of projects coupled to digitalization and decarbonization of the maritime industry. I'm also behind a number of small startups in maritime shipping and logistics.
Okay, good afternoon. Pleasure to be here and thank you for the invitation. My name is Andrius Sudnikas. I recently joined the company called Western Baltic Engineering, which is a part of BLRT Group, and the group is an owner of the Turku repair yard, so we kind of have a local establishment here. But for the last 15 years, I've been active in maritime innovation projects as a coordinator of Lithuanian Maritime Cluster and business development manager of the Klaipėda Science and Technology Park. So we had quite a journey through different technologies and solutions in sustainable shipping. Some of it also with Niels and Amy over there.
Okay, thank you all. The topic is massive, so we have divided it into 7 themes, and each panelist will give a short introductory talk on one of the themes, and then we continue that same theme with a discussion. Okay, we start with current situation and objectives. Where do we stand? What are the goals? Are they commonly agreed upon? And Kiki Larsen starts.
Thank you. Thank you so much for allowing me to set the scene. I want to start up with 5 transition insights when looking at the sustainable transition of shipping going forward towards 2050. So first of all, shipping has, as it has now and going forward, a role to play in the global supply chain. I think Tina Tunnela also mentioned the consequences at the previous panel of what would happen if we don't have shipping as part of the supply chain. The second transition insights is related to the fuels. So the shipping will enter into a multi-fuel future. There will be no one replacement of the current fossil-based fuel. The third insight is that the alternative fuels, the sustainable energy, will be more expensive than the fossil-based alternative. Fourth is that the shipping industry needs to be more efficient. We need vessels on the water that is operating more efficiently and that has technological installations on board that will make them sail more efficiently. Because the best energy is the energy that we don't use, and that goes across all sectors. And finally, the fifth insight is that when we address sustainable maritime transition, we need to look also beyond the climate impact. So with these 5 insights to kind of set the frame, I would like to address some of the 7 change dimensions that is actively supporting the transitions. So if you first look at the 3 drivers of the transition, then we have the regulatory and policy that are creating the incentives for the transition. We have the customer pull, so the willingness to pay for green solutions. And then we have finance and funding that is needed to be available to develop and implement the decarbonization solutions. So those were the 3 drivers. But equally important are the 4 enablers. First one is the vessel technology that can sail more efficiently, that can sail on alternative propulsion, alternative fuels. Secondly, there is sustainable energy and alternative fuels available at a scale that is required by the shipping industry. That's also a key enabler in order to make the transition happen. And then third, there's the whole infrastructure. So getting the energy and alternative fuels to meet the vessel. That is everything related to the ports, to the bunkering. So the whole infrastructure needs to be in place to support the transition. And then fourthly and final of the 7 change dimensions is the adoption. So we need the knowledge and the capabilities to handle all these new solutions and make it happen. And each of these dimensions are in itself extremely complex. But then comes the fact that they are actually also interdependent, which adds to complexity and lifting it to another high level. So it is really important that all the stakeholders that are involved come together and share the learnings and help move in parallel for the transition to happen. And that is globally, it is regionally, it's as Marjo Kartinen addressed this morning, it's also needed across disciplines, and then of course it's needed across the entire maritime ecosystem.
Okay, any comments, any thoughts?
I think, if I may, I mean,
yes,
especially the fuel part she has been mentioning is one of the most important. If we are looking into optimizing the systems on board, the fuel question is the biggest question. And customers are coming to us. If you order today a ship, I mean, the ship will be delivered in a few years and then it will operate for 35 years. So what's the ideal fuel setup now? That's the biggest question.
That's a big question. Okay. I have one question, maybe some of you wants to answer it. The playing field consists of international and national regulation, shipping companies, shipyards, engine manufacturers, food producers, ports, and customers. Which of these is the biggest driver of change and which is the biggest resistor?
I would say that that it's tricky to put it like that, who is the driver and who is the resistors, because you need input from across the maritime value chain. I mean, if we have all the fuel producers being available with alternative fuels now, and the vessels weren't ready to operate, then it wouldn't happen, and also vice versa. So it is a joint effort that needs input from everyone. And then each stakeholder, whether they are the fuel producers or whether they are working with ports infrastructure, they need to lean in and do whatever they can at the current stage to make this carbonization happen. Yeah.
Where do you see the most enthusiasm in this? Who are the most excited to drive the progress? Are there any groups or is it just a cooperation?
I think it is collaboration. I think actually it is a fundamental part of everyone that I meet that they are interested in solving the climate crisis that we are seeing and doing whatever they can in order to make it happen. And then I think it's a huge impact that the rules and regulations, what just happened at the MEPC 83, giving for the first time a marketplace for emission reductions to support the transition.
Okay. Any questions or comments?
Maybe just a quick.
No, let's start with Amy and then back to Simone.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment that I think in all those groups that were mentioned, there are these forerunners, and then there are also those who are not that excited about green transition. And I think, as you mentioned, the challenge is how to get all of them on board in this development. And based on for instance, the interviews that I've conducted with the shipbuilding industry network, from the very small material suppliers to the cruise lines based in Miami, I think many of these actors are sort of pointing to someone else, that they should take the initiative. There are these forerunners, but many of them are pointing to someone else, looking for someone else to take initiative. So it's really tricky to get that started. But I think the initiatives where you are, for instance, are exactly what is needed in getting everybody on board.
Yeah. Can I add to that?
Yes.
Because it's a really valid point, and that's also why we need the first movers to share the lessons learned, so that we can enable everyone. Yeah.
Okay, Simone.
Just wanted to take the kind of perspective of the ports, which I think in this kind of context, the pressure for the ports is very high, because at the end it's the it's the infrastructure which will deliver the fuels of the future. But I think we need to understand that the scale of investment that ports have to face, it's immense. And that's why I'm really welcome the words of collaboration and having all stakeholders sitting at a table, because ports alone cannot take the burden of such huge investment, which they are already doing for onshore power, for instance.
Please, Niels.
Yeah, just a comment. I mean, sometimes it makes sense to look at history because it gives a clue to the future. No, we have set, or there are being set, aggressive targets for decarbonizing the industry for 2030, 40, 50, no, maybe a bit ahead also. But when you look into history, it took 50 to 100 years to replace sail with steam engines, and then came the internal combustion engine, diesel engines. That also took 50 to 100 years. So maybe we have to be realistic and say it might also take 50 years at least to come through the green transition on a global scale. And it's not because I don't want it to go faster. I just think you have to be realistic around how big a transformation it is in a global scale. You have to develop complete new value chains that have to replace old value chains. And there are millions or hundreds of millions of people working with maritime, shipping, logistics all over the world. No, it takes time.
We are going to the right direction now.
Yes, but it takes longer time than people sometimes expect. It's not because the industry is not willing to change, or at least I sense, maybe you can correct me, Tim, but I sense that many shipping companies are in a way on board for this, and many technology vendors are taking the first step in that direction when it comes to initiating new projects and so on, but it takes time.
It's very complicated, the whole situation. Okay,
If you take...
sorry.
Yes, so I just wanted to comment on the aspect who needs to be the most enthusiastic. And the most enthusiastic needs to be the consumer. If you buy a green cruise, if you buy green logistic solutions, I mean, it belongs, of course, which part of the world you are. I think around here it's quite okay, but definitely the other regions, maybe they lag behind. So we really need to establish the demand, because it's in economics, first comes the demand.
Okay, fine.
But just to follow up on what Andreas just said, is the consumers ready to pay for this? I know it's different from region to region, but I would like to know that.
We can ask here.
Yeah.
Okay. How many of you would be willing to pay more for a cruise ship if it's made, if it puts green transition forward? So you know what I mean. So please. Okay, nice. Do we have any cruise ship companies here? So
cruises.
Okay.
Can I add to the point? Yeah. So we do see SIMBA, like the zero emission maritime buyers alliance that have come together, that are some of the major companies come together and say they are willing to pay an additional price for green. So it is seen,
But we see it in the airline industry. I mean, there you have the possibility to set off. And when you're alone in front of your PC and booking the flight, how many of you do book this set off? Please, now. That's a different picture.
Yeah.
And I think there we're showing it, and then it comes real.
Okay, we had a good start for this theme, and we go on more details now. And the second theme is policy instruments and legislation. Unfortunately, the next presenter, Teppo Säkkinen, has fallen ill, but he sent the main points by email, so I will just shortly read to you what his thoughts, if I can open the paper. Okay, International Maritime Organization, IMO, reached an agreement in April. It covers large ocean-going vessels, which are 85% of emissions from shipping. Agreement consists of two parts: global fuel standard that will progressively lower allowed emission and greenhouse gas pricing mechanism. So ships that exceed the emissions limits will have to buy units to offset, and cleaner ships will benefit. The funds will be raised to an IMO net zero fund that supports decarbonization of shipping will be adopted formally in October 25 and comes into force in 27. And then Teppo's thoughts about impact on climate policy. The deal is in effect the first ever global carbon price. This is a significant step not only for shipping. Currently, less than 25% of all emissions are covered by a carbon price. United States withdrew from the negotiations and threatened with reciprocal measures. However, in the end, the deal was approved by voting and supported, for example, by China and Brazil. All IMO members are bound to implement the agreement. The end result is still a compromise. Instead of a blanket carbon tax, it is a more flexible system. In post-Trump era, the agreement is an important testimony that new binding and impactful international climate agreements can be made, and action on reducing emission is still possible despite US pressure. And third one, impact on shipping in northern perspective. In EU, maritime transport has been part of the EU ETS since 2024. As shipping is global, a level playing field is particularly important. For example, more than 90% of Finnish trade is maritime, so shipping costs has a direct impact on price competitiveness. The EU Commission has welcomed the deal as a landmark agreement and will evaluate how to adjust EU regulation as not to impose double burden on European companies. From a maritime industry perspective, the deal will improve the demand for clean fuels such as methane or ammonia or carbon capture technologies. Yes, and what do our panelists say about this subject? Any thoughts ready, or should I make some questions? Kiki?
Yeah, as I also mentioned before, I think it is a really big achievement. The IMO requires unanimous decision, so it is everyone present at IMO that has agreed to this. So I think that it should be recognized that this is really, really huge. Yeah.
What does it mean in action? How does it differ from EU regulations?
Yeah. Well, first of all, it differs in the sense that it's global. And then it differs in, they have made this, which is, I can try, I have this illustration in my mind, where they are looking into tier 1 and tier 2. So there is, you can overperform until tier 1, and then you can change that overperformance into units. Then there's a penalty between tier 1 and tier 2, which is $100. And then if you go above tier 2, then there's an even harder penalty. So it incentivizes the shipping industry to comply. And then it's kind of a step base, so every year it will be a little bit more restrictive, just very simple. So it really points towards the future and how to address sustainability in shipping and the cost of that.
Do you think that it will be expected to, and is it expected to enter into force? Do you think we will go forward? I think this was only a preliminary. Any thoughts?
I mean, it needs to be approved in autumn, no?
Yeah.
And so all these midterm measures. I think also we must remember that one thing is that you make legislation, you also have to implement that in practice. And if you don't have any compliance in place, then it will probably not be adhered to by a number of players in the industry at least. No? So that will take some years. But I think, as Kiki mentioned, it is an important step also because at least when I have done some, let's say, back-of-envelope calculations on ETS versus IMO regulation, then the penalties that will come up, not immediately, but in 5, 7, 10 years, will be significantly higher for for using fossil fuels with the IMO regulation compared to the ETS. So that will close this 2 to 5 factor gap we have between prices of fossil fuels and what we call green fuels, which must be closed in the if not in the near term, in the long run for coming through with the transition.
Amy.
I don't have an answer to your question, but maybe a question towards other panelists, because I'm interested in this fact that the USA withdrew from the negotiations and thereby is not currently part of the thing. And so what does that mean, for instance, or the other geopolitical developments if times turn even more turbulent? Will this kind of agreement hold, or what would that mean? I don't know, but in case anyone of you knows, I'd like to hear.
Yeah, you were commenting on the pre-Trump era, and that, of course, might bring some changes. We have been discussing exactly the topic with our customer, the main customers of the cruise lines. And luckily, they were saying, listen, if we are ordering now a ship, I mean, it's beyond the time when Trump is still in force. So we are not, so to say, losing the track on sustainability. So that's a good thing. But of course, there are a lot of measures which can be harmed now throughout that time.
Yeah. What about the European Union and its regulation? Should overlapping regulations be eliminated? It's a matter of competition also. Is it fair for one country to, or group of countries to have two kinds of regulations? Amy, do you have I think you have studied the competition side.
Yeah, I think that's a really valid question, because obviously we're now talking about the Baltic Sea region context, European EU context, and we are in sort of a bubble, filling these regulatory demands and policies that we have in place in the European Union, while the business is global and crosses various regulatory frameworks. So it's actually a matter of competitiveness in a new way. So how to use the work that we need to do in order to fulfill European regulation so that it is of actual competitive advantage and financial advantage and benefit for the industries as well. It's not self-evident in the times that we are living in. I think it's worth saying out loud, but I'm not saying that it's not important. We need to pursue the things we want to pursue and stick to the values that we want to pursue, but maybe these things need to be considered in a different way than we did, say, 5 years ago.
Okay, Niels.
No, but I mean, one of the first questions that were raised when the announcement of at least the outcomes of the negotiations here in April were up, then that was whether this would mean that we would have to change the EU regulation going forward if the IMO regulation comes in. But you can say so far the EU regulation is there. I think it covers 20% of ships or something, or global shipping, no? And I guess, I mean, why should we, if there is a level playing field being created via the IMO regulations, it still will take some years before they are in place and implemented and approved by others and so on. Many things can happen on the journey, but why should we then, and that leads to the reduction of the emissions that EU also have set as a target for EU. Then why should we maintain some additional complex EU regulation that gives poorer conditions for European, let's say, cruise operators, as an example, compared to American cruise operators? Personally, I cannot see the need for that, but I think before we can even take that discussion, that will take some more years to see what will happen.
I do have a question. Maybe some of the fellow panelists can answer that. I wish we would have more transparency to understand how the funds collected through the EU ETS are allocated. And I think also cruise operators would welcome understanding if these funds can be used in financing, for instance, infrastructure, port infrastructure, or infrastructure for the alternative fuels. And I don't know if any of you has an answer on this. Apparently not.
I know that some of the funding is redirected into the EU Innovation Fund, So some of the funding from that goes directly into creating a foundation for new innovations.
And also in the IMO, I think they're going to use the fund to promote green transition. Also, I think.
Yes, but I think the decision on how exactly that will look is still to be had.
Yeah. Okay, fine. A decisive factor in the transition to fossil-free, decisive factor is the transition to fossil-free fuels and energy sources, because the most of the emissions come from burning up the fossil fuels. So, Niels, please start your...
Yeah, on the availability of green fuels? Or?
Yeah. Fossil-free fuels and energy sources.
Yes, I mean, we have to replace, or the plan is at least that we have to replace fossil fuels with green fuels or zero carbon fuels or close to zero carbon fuels, or what we call them, no? And you can say we can see that in a way the industry is ready, because ship owners, ship operators are purchasing or ordering a lot of vessels that are capable of operating with, for example, green methanol or biofuels. We are not there yet with green ammonia completely, because the engine development is not completely done yet, but that is actually, there are also pipelines of vessels being designed and ordered there. So, but the bottleneck is probably the availability on the supply side, no? At least as I see it. I mean, will there be sufficient amounts of good quality fuel at the right locations, to the right time, available for the industry, and will it be price competitive? And as we already talked about, the question is whether that not depends more on the demand side than the supply side, because it's not. It is so. If you look on the supply side now, of course, the plant capacity for green fuels is on a global scale increasing. It's growing, but it's not growing near the. To keep up with the number of vessels that are available to take it off. There are really good examples of large-scale projects being installed or projected. For example, in Denmark, we will next week inaugurate the world's largest factory for producing green methanol. They're going to produce up to 40,000 tons of green methanol in the coming years. It's European Energy's factory in Kassø in Denmark, and they will deliver, I think, according to the prediction, 16,000 tons of methanol to Maersk, for example, to the Laura Maersk, which was the first vessel designed for using green methanol. But remember, that's only equivalent to 1 year of consumption for one mid-size container vessel. So that's not a lot of fuel. And a lot of the projects that are being started today are based on subsidiaries from the European Investment Fund or national programs or whatever it is. So we need to have some kind of situation where these green fuel value chains, they become profitable in itself, in themselves, because every single project needs to be profitable. No, that's what we need to achieve before we get this availability and scale of the green fuels. And also, you can say, we talked about the regulation that needs to come in place to trigger that. You can say, to close the price gap, as I mentioned. The industry can do some things themselves, you can say, to close that price gap. But that requires a lot of collaboration in the coming years between, let's say, shipping companies, investors, owners, funds, and PTX, biofuel plant operators and technology vendors. Because if we are to reduce CAPEX and OPEX of these factories, so the levelized cost of, for example, green methanol goes down, then we need to work on a number of fronts. I think Kiki mentioned that it is very complex, and yes, it is very complex. It's not so that you can just cut 50% of the CAPEX or OPEX for a green fuel plant. You need to work on many fronts: technology R&D, on modularization and standardization of technology solutions, on scalability, on energy systems integration, sector coupling, on safety aspects, on standards, so there is a lot to do in the coming years. So it's also a long-term journey to really make that industry price competitive Also, even if we get the EU or more tight IMO regulation. So there is a lot to do in the coming years, as I see it, for this industry. And that's also why I mentioned that the transition will take a long time. It took 3 years for European Energy to erect their 50 megawatt facility from they took the first decisions until the plant is being inaugurated. And it's operating with continuous production from, I think, Wednesday next week, no? But it's only a 50 megawatt plant serving, in principle, one mid-sized maximum container vessel for 1 year with green fuel. And Maersk alone have actually ordered 50 vessels to run on green fuels until 2030. And they are, of course, out there making offtake agreements, securing access to green fuels in the coming years. We don't know exactly what they have agreed with potential vendors of. They are also the Maersk Holding Group is investing in Maersk also in some of the vendors' plants. But we'll see that in the coming years. But I'm sure they are not off-taking that much if the price is not competitive at some point of time. Also not within 2030. Sorry if that was too long, but that was my remarks.
So one question for you, Niels. As Tim mentioned, the ship owners who would like now to order a new ship, they wonder which technology will prevail in 40, 50 years. There are many alternatives: biofuels, hydrogen, methane, ammonia. Which technology will win the competition, and how do we know it now? What kind of ship would you order now if you would order a major ship?
Well, I don't know if I would order any ship. No, I have a lot of Lego ships at home because I do training using Lego ships, so I think I have enough. But anyway, I think Kiki mentioned this thing about a multi-fuel future, and I think that's also what we have to look into. And then I would say it depends on what segment of the shipping industry I am in, and what kind of trade I am operating in, and where my route is sailing. I mean, if I'm just a small ferry operator with maybe 1, 2, 3 hour crossings, I would probably go for electric propulsion as much as possible, no, or a combination of diesel electric and wind propulsion or other stuff, no. But if you are operating a bulk carrier, it's very different from if you are a container vessel. And so again, you simply have to look on the business model you're operating with, and the market you're operating in, and then also the operations you are running, and that will determine what you will invest in. And that's also, I think, what we see when shipping companies are considering what to do. There is a big difference in Denmark from the strategy, for example, Maersk has in mind or develops to, for example, the strategy of DFDS. Most of you know DFDS. I think they are at least one of the biggest ro-ro operators, RoPax, especially ro-ro operators here in Europe. No, they have a different strategy for decarbonizing the fleet.
Andrew?
Yes, I think we always try to avoid the subject, but in my opinion, if we continue, or if we want to continue the commodity and container shipping in the world as we had until now, we need to bring nuclear on the table.
I have it in one question here about.
Okay.
Okay, but fine, I think you make it up. But before we're going to that, if you have different kind of fuels, so we know that hydrogen or ammonia, they need a special kind of storaging and distributing. What does this mean to ports, for example, if you have to have 4 different kind of fuels for different kind of business models? So how can you cope it in?
I mean, we know that the future will not be, I think you said that before, just one single technology, but a mix of different technology. For passenger shipping, ammonia is not an option because it requires simply too high security. And then we need to look into which ports are those hubs where ships will do the bunkering. I mean, we're talking about ports. We have over 1,200 ports in Europe, but then yet there are some ports which, for their size and their traffic,
specializing
are kind of specializing in bunkering, and therefore the focus will be definitely on those sport, but which technology we're going to see in the future. We're now starting implementing onshore power, which is already a very complex topic.
Okay. Kiki.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that another aspect is you need to look at the overall energy use. So if you're looking at alternative fuels, whenever you take it one step down, going from hydrogen to ammonia, there's an energy loss associated with it. And then there is the competition between also other sectors. So it could be an idea to, especially in the Baltic region, to look as much into direct electrification, knowing that the port shore power is being installed, and seeing that as an alternative.
Okay, and then we'll get back to what Andro mentioned. Do electricity and nuclear power have a role in the green transition?
Niels, do you
Any
want to?
thoughts? Is Meyer also already making a nuclear-powered cruise ship?
Not yet, but I think, I mean, you know, we have to look in all alternatives. Although we understand there are quite some challenges also with that technology. I mean, I think we have to be open, and that's what we are also doing in our, so to say, development. And we should not rule out what has not been, so to say, been practical in the past. Doesn't mean that it's not practical in the future. I mean, the technology is developing, and I just see, you know, the main topic for us as a shipbuilder, of course, is the energy density. And if you look at batteries, for example, that I can rule out. I mean, you can have it for going into a fjord and running
short distance
and so on, but not for long term. And so I would say we have to look into everything.
Yeah, so I just comment on the same point. And of course, there's a public perception, which is very important. Of course, this is a provoking question that you put it very right. But when we consider nuclear, we shouldn't be considering nuclear reactors as we have now. You know, so there is a lot of development and a lot of planning coming into this market, and a lot of technology. So you can see there is quite a few already available in a way as concepts, and actually, only in those concepts they eliminate a lot of the aspects that society is afraid of. So I mean, we don't need to have a perception that talking about nuclear, we're talking about, you know, the old Russian reactors. We are talking about new technologies, we are talking about safe technologies, and with amazing energy density. Just imagine you bunker every 25 years. I mean, this is a dream of every ship.
No, and just a comment, I mean, what is it you are, or what will we be exposed to of geopolitical situations in the coming years? I think that will determine a lot, what ship owners, ship operators will do, depending on what countries they are from. Also, there are a lot of national interest in the shipping industry, or regional interest, and we don't want to depend on let's say some countries or regions in the world that are preventing us from operating our ships safely and securely, and serve our customers and needs. So I think that will also play into the picture. But you can see that the larger ship owners, they tend to play on more horses, in this game. So they go a little bit for LNG, some of them, for example, a little bit for biofuels, methanol, maybe project a bit of ammonia. If it's like the FDS on the channel, English channel, they are looking into electrification, but on the longer routes, they look into something else, as an example. And even nuclear is a little bit on the table here and there. So I think we will see a variety of strategies, and with all the turbulence we can expect to see in the coming years, it's hard to predict what the end game, or how the end game will look like in 10 to 20 years, 30 years from now.
So we will have an interesting future.
Definitely, and I think the problem is often if for the smaller ship owners, for them it's difficult, ship operators, because they have, maybe it's easier because they have a clearly defined business model and so on, but they don't have the capability to invest and divert their investments in a lot of different fleet technologies, for example.
Okay, so it's good time to move on, and then Tim Meyer will tell us how is the ship of the future, what kind of ships we do have in the future. What are shipyards already doing today and what can be expected in the future?
Yeah, I mean, we have, I think, a long track record that we have been always optimizing the system as it is, the ship, because it's a standalone, so to say, system, and it has everything on board. It has, you know, a hotel, it has sauna, it has kitchen, and so on. So all the systems are playing together. We have been introducing different fuels over the past. Latest, of course, the LNG, and just relating to the discussion we just had. I mean, you know, there is one thing of the availability. In the LNG case, it was, you know, the technology was there. You needed to adapt it to a cruise ship which is transporting passengers. And of course, it took almost 10 years for the classification and the, so to say, safety rules to get this all cleared out and the approval. No? So there are a lot of things, and it's a long way to go. I think we as Meyer Turku are heavily, of course, concentrating on the sustainability of ships, improving, so to say, the footprint. We are looking into a net zero concept design, which we are working together with a whole network. We have an ECOLI program where, you know, it's not about only the shipyard itself, it's a whole network of universities, of suppliers, and especially also people who are not in the maritime business who are coming, helping us to solve the big topic, how to reduce, so to say, the energy consumption on board, one thing, and then of course the second thing is then how do you produce the energy that you still need. What can be expected in the future? Big part, as I also mentioned before, there are a lot of new things. You just mentioned, you know, there has been the change from sails to steam engines. I remember, you know, in our history of the shipyard, that has been a big, so to say, thing, because people were saying in those days, why should I put a steam engine on board, have all the coal, and I lose all my storage, and why don't I stay with sails? And maybe, you know, in 10 years or 20 years, we are back to sails again, so, or at least as a support. So I think there is everything open what can be expected. We are looking into everything. There is a demand for environmental friendly ships, for sure. It comes driven, so to say, by us as a shipyard, so to say, for the reasons because we have a responsibility, and also because, you know, in finding new employees and so on, we have a purpose that we really want to do a change. And we're trying also to tell the people who are, so to say, there's a lot of, you know, protest against cruise, and people are demonstrating. We're saying, come to us, you know, improve the product, reduce the energy consumption, and you can have a bigger part on that one then. And of course, there's, I think, what we have seen before Corona, but still, so to say, now ongoing. Our customers, they have been some which have been always pushing far a lot, some which were just following. I think now everyone got the message that if they don't do a change, and they can also show the green transition to their, especially also financing institutions, that they will not have a future in the coming 10 years. No? So there's a lot ongoing. It's a little bit hand-egg problem, of course. We are gathering a lot of thoughts and ideas, and there's one thing that you have the product which can, so to say, run on the right energy, so to say, production. But then, of course, it's bigger than that. It's the infrastructure there, and I think there we need really a strategy also on the fuels. I mean, there are certain possibilities on the table, but what are we now, so to say, focusing on in order to get all the other steps done as well? No?
Big question is, are shipping companies and cruise companies ready to pay more to promote green transition?
I think the cruise companies are commercial. I mean, yeah, it's again the question we posed before, you know, who cares about how the television is transported from China to here? No? Are they willing to pay 5 euros more for that it's a green ship? No? I think you have to look into the different markets. I mean, on the European market, for example, you know, in the beginning when we introduced, for example, LNG, you were asking the people on board, and they were not even aware that it is the first LNG ship in the world. It came more from the outside that, so say, society was putting pressure on them and saying, hey, you know, what's the footprint of a cruise? There are a lot of things to do still.
Hey.
May I just, I think we need to emphasize two things. First of all, the cruise industry has been by far the industry that has driven this green transaction. by researching and introducing new technologies, alternative technologies. The question of how much does it cost has never really arisen. I mean, right now they're paying far more money to connect to the onshore power rather than burning sulfur fuel in the port. And that shows that it's, in the meantime, this has become a license to operate. There's no option. And that shows also the focus of the industry. And you know, it's not a matter of if there will be a net zero ship, it's just a matter of when this is coming on the market.
Okay, fine. There's also a competition in the green transition in maritime industry. Amy, this one goes for you. How well does Finnish shipbuilding industry perform in this competition?
Oh, that's a tricky question. But I think, from my perspective, it's doing pretty well. I mean, what Tim was just explaining is it's brilliant to be here among those people who are willing to invest in exploring the options, and perhaps actually to continue what you were, Tim, mentioning there. You referred to industry academia collaboration, and I wanted to bring up the issue that besides reducing the environmental harm of ships, I can see happily that there's ongoing exploration also in terms of what good, like nature positive things a ship could possibly do in the future, like reimagining the cruise ship. For instance, regarding the societal problems and anti-tourism in cruise destinations, which is a huge problem for cruise lines actually. What could the cruise ship do good for those communities that the ships are visiting instead of just taking something, so that the whole image of the industry would be improved thereby. But your question was,
how are the Finnish company doing in the competition?
So
you said it well.
just to get back to that, I think we're doing pretty well and being innovative in this respect. But at the same time, I think we should perhaps better show what we're actually doing and what is the impact of that. Because based on the views that I collected from the USA, they do not perhaps see the exceptional things that we do here. We should perhaps advertise them even more so that they and their significance is seen there.
Okay, fine, thanks. Andrew?
Yes, and I'm also commenting on the shipyard's perspective, since I represent the group that owns a new build and repair yards. I think it's very important, especially in the cruise industry, that we innovate through the value chain. We have a value chain around the Baltic Sea region. So when you deliver ships in Turku, then probably you had shipyards and entities involved all around Baltic Sea region. So when we innovate across the value chain, we have kind of adding the competitiveness to the end product, and of course maintain the competitive advantage for the region. I think one good example was that with the project that we also been involved with Niels and Amy, we had actually involved the shipyard in Lithuania and the Turku yard on the pilot, where they did the 3D scanning exercises to ensure that the quality of blocks delivered to the assembling hall is kind of better, and of course you need less hours to connecting that. So innovating across the value chain is very important to maintain the competitive advantage.
Okay.
Yeah, just to come back to whether consumers will pay or not. I mean, if you look on container vessels or ro-ro vessels, then the consumer is an industrial consumer, no? or a freight forwarder, a BCO, beneficial cargo owner. And are they willing to pay for something like, let's say, on-time delivery of containers, for example? Are they willing to pay for eco-delivery of containers? Yes, some of them are, maybe some percent are, but I think decades of experience has also shown that at the end, those people that buy the transports, they are very cost-focused, no? I mean, they know they know we are in time of turbulence now in the global maritime industry when it comes to reliability of the containerized supply chains coming from Asia to Europe or Asia to East and West Coast America. But still, when you sit and negotiate when they sit and negotiate the freight contracts with the carriers, no, they are very, very focused on price, and they are often interested in making agreements that maybe last 1 year or 2 years. A few of them may be longer term because they really value quality shipping, which is also close to sustainable shipping, you can say, but it's maybe not 90% of the industry that really is willing to pay the price for it. So I think that's how it has been, not that it cannot change, but I think this is still a fact of how the industry operates. There's a lot of cost cutting, a lot of short-term thinking. And we have to remember that a lot of studies have shown that if we just took the whole global fleet and put it on green methanol or green ammonia, then at the end the cost for the end consumer that buys a pair of Nike shoes, the cost or the additional cost would be very small, maybe a few dollars or $3, what do I know, but he's not the one buying the bunker fuel.
And the marginals are quite small in the maritime.
Yeah, for the other players in the value chain, they have to pay the bill. It's not him that pays the bill.
Okay, fine. We have discussed the fuels of tomorrow and the ships of tomorrow. What other solutions are there in the maritime industry green transition? And Andre will start.
Coming from the technological aspect of this question, of course, there are a lot of different technologies to improve the emission situation with vessels. So you can start with hull, so you can improve your hull, you can get an anti-fouling, you can get the paint and also air lubrication to decrease your hydrodynamic pressure. Then you can have, of course, wind-assisted propulsion. So we talked about sails here a lot, so this is coming. Then, of course, you have the additional generation on board, because vessels, they are becoming multi-fuel solutions, so a lot of different generations will be in the vessel. It's not one engine that is driving the ship anymore. So you can have, of course, wind rotors, you can have solar panels to add the electricity, you can have a storage capacity on the vessel, so adding batteries for the peak shaving and also for the ships stay at port. You can improve with your propulsion systems, add more efficient propellers and rudders. You can use your energy more efficiently with recovering some of the heat. So that we have basically technologies in all spectrum. What is important actually to say, when coming from the company that designs all the solutions, now I could say that we see a lot of interest in customers adding sails and rotor sails, also battery and onshore power supply. So this would be kind of a trend that is going on now, and it's all actually regulation-driven demand. It means that someone has to buy it before it's installed, and at the moment the buyer is the government by introducing laws. It's not a very uncomfortable situation to be in. I would like you all to remind the situation with the sulfur regulations. Yes, in the SECA area in 2015, we had a lot of regulation-driven demand. So we had a lot of investment into the technology. We had a lot of activities in the yards to install the sulfur scrubbers. I think we need to take an example of that situation and move it into CO2 reduction strategy, because the Baltic Sea region is one of the global leaders of providing maritime technologies. So we need to take this opportunity and transform this regulation-driven demand into the business opportunity. We need to send our money into these technologies and solutions that will help ship owners to take informative decisions and be able to benefit from the technologicals that they install onto those vessels, and later those technologies can be exported to the regions outside the Baltic Sea region. So this would be my message on this specific topic.
How much of these new solutions do you see already in MAIRE Turku?
I mean, the hull and propulsion and so on, there we are constantly working on. Yeah. Solar panels always depends on, we had now on one ship, smaller part of solar panels and so on. Sails, I agree, there is now new technology that is coming back, so that would be interesting. And then, as you said, I mean, it's about, you know, it can be a competitive advantage because it becomes more complex, and this is what the yards in Europe can accomplish once it gets more complex. And I think if we have the regulations, especially here in Europe, higher, also then to avoid that, you know, cheap products are coming in from China, no? Because that's what we are basically seeing. I mean, the whole shipbuilding industry has been moving. No? We have been, on the one hand side, focusing on cruise ship because it's the most complex, but we were also forced to concentrate on that. No?
How much do you research the new solutions in your company?
Yeah, I mean, we have this, so to say, big project now, Necolib, where we are really working on, so to say, with the whole network. No? And it's some tens of millions where we are putting in order to look into all kinds of different solutions. No? The problem I see is there's some support, of course, for the early stage when you go into new technologies, but once it is, so to say, proven in a laboratory, you still have a long way to go to industrialization and to actually sell it to the customer. And this is the path where you don't get much support because, okay, technology is there, so, you know, then the customer should pay for it. So there it gets a little bit stiffy in that time.
Okay. Any thoughts, Kiki?
Yes. So I agree that what Andreas was saying, that the technical solutions, they are mature, and to put some numbers on what could it actually save in energy, then by changing operational performance, you have the potential to save up to 15% of energy, and with technical solutions, a little bit depending on the different types, it's up to 8% of energy saving. So it's actually quite significant. And as the technical solutions are available, then the challenge lies maybe also in the way that the stakeholders needs to collaborate. So it's about creating some collaborative frameworks. To have just a simple example, if the owner and the operator of the ship is not the same company, it's the owner that will pay for the technical installation, but it's the operator that will save on the fuels. So how can we have these different parties come together and meet and agree and go together and get these mature solutions on board the vessels?
So it is a big and a very complex puzzle. Simon?
I had a quick question for team, maybe. I was just wondering if AI has been introduced to kind of reduce or help reducing the consumption of fuel or other,
Yeah, I mean, AI is becoming more and more important, of course, and we have, so to say, a management or energy management system. And I think that the key is that we have so many different systems, and if they communicate in the right way, and we make sure that the, so to say, peaks of energy consumption is reduced, and that can be, you know, forecasted by AI and optimized by AI. I mean, simple, so to say, example is, you know, we started when, you know, somebody is in the cabin, you only start to cool down the air. And that's, of course, you can do it by putting in the key, and then it's a mechanical way. But of course, AI predicts that most of the people go before they go to dinner into the cabin. So it should start half an hour earlier to, you know, start cooling down certain cabins and so on. So there's a lot of things to do on AI side.
Okay, fine. The next topic is ports for a sustainable economy, and Simone Marasci, please.
Yeah, I think we've seen what kind of role ports play in, you know, this decarbonization process, and I think one of the most visible indicators of this transaction is the adoption of onshore power, which especially here in our region in Northern Europe, where we are seeing significant investment on onshore power, but also ports that are using already a fully functional system. However, the development is uneven. If we look at Southern Europe, we currently have, I think, one port with an operating system, and there are a lot of challenges when it comes to shoreside infrastructure, capacity of the local grid, but also access to fundings. On the other hand, cruise lines are responding with a very strong operational support. Just to make an example, we had last year in Hamburg 70% of the cruise ships calling connected to onshore power, and this number is going to increase this year. Some of the ports in our association have already communicated that for the first quarter they have already 100% connectivity, and that's of course a very successful story. Yeah, that said, we also have to acknowledge that onshore power is not the silver bullet against maritime decarbonization. And while it reduces the emission at berth, ships spend 60% of their time at sea, and therefore the discussion on alternative fuels, as we are discussing today, is becoming very, very intensive. What we are seeing to this regard is that more and more ships are deployed with LNG dual fuels engine. We have seen the first ship last year coming out with methanol ready. And yeah, we were this year in Miami at the Sea Trade Cruise Global, where we heard also some positive development in the deployment of hydrogen. With the first two ships order and coming in the market in the next years. As we said, the scalability remains a significant problem, availability of the fuel as well, and as I was mentioning at the beginning, the investment in order to provide the proper infrastructure are immense, and therefore we have to get all the possible stakeholders at the table, but especially the policymaker, and then trying to design viable frameworks for financing, incentivizing, but also scaling the necessary technologies.
Okay, any comments or questions to Simone? I have one question. We'll get back to the new green fuels. What kind of problems do they cause for ports in storage and distribution?
Well, we have, I'll take the example of Amber, where we have one berth that's been certified for LNG and methanol. Ports have to go through a very strict assessment and work with the local authorities to understand the feasibility of bunkering in certain specific area of the port. Not every berth is, of course, can be used, but it's not a hard task. So I think if ports have the interest of providing and be able to bunker this technology, they have, first of all, to assess their infrastructure and work with their local authorities. It's a long process, but it's easy to develop.
Andrews?
I think I also would like to comment on the aspect related to the green technologies in a way, OPS systems. I mean, for the European ports, it's a grand challenge, I would say, because there are two aspects. One, ports, they are no longer just logistic hubs, but they also become an energy hub. So they are starting to run the energy business, which is a very complicated business to be in, especially when your users only come in and out. So I mean, you need to have an enormous capacity of the electricity available for the cruise vessel, let's say, which can now connect probably 12 megawatts and more. And I mean, you might have several of those in the port, so you might need hundreds of megawatts of extra power, which it is an amazingly costly infrastructure. So maybe for the countries like Germany, it's easier, but let's say I can tell you from the country like Lithuania, which is 3 million people, and the port is quite large. We did an investigation for Klaipėda port, we need additional 200 megawatts. So it's basically 200 million investment. If this investment will be socialized for the Lithuanian people, so it means it will be added into the grid transmission cost, it will be quite a significant increase in the electricity price for whole the country. And if it's not, then it's going to be a very expensive electricity for the cruise vessel. So I mean, the OPS systems are very questionable thing, or not questionable, but it's a hard thing to implement. And then the second aspect, of course, now we're getting the CO2 capture technologies for the vessels. And I mean, the company Wärtsilä, well known here, they just launched one available for different types of vessels. Then, of course, you need to establish the reception infrastructure and also all the logistic chain, because you need to kind of, bury this CO2 underground in the wells in Norway. So, I mean, you need to organize all the logistics from Baltic Sea all the way to the northern Norway and kind of store it somewhere. So this is all the logistic chain with the reception infrastructure. So this is quite a challenge for the ports as well.
So we go back to what Niels says, that it's going to take a long time before we are there, due to many of these difficult problems.
That's what I assume, at least. I think people, they underestimate the time it takes to do that transition. Even if many wants to do it, it takes time. And there are many still unsolved technical challenges, no? It's nice to assume that some technology will scale on paper, but it's a little bit more difficult in reality sometimes. So.
Okay, we have still 12 minutes to go, and a very simple last topic is, what next? Please, Amy.
Thank you for this simple topic. I decided to approach this topic by first presenting a couple of key challenges that we've identified the industry actors are perceiving that there are to be solved, and then a couple of ideas of how I think, based on research, those might be solved or at least approached. First, with 3 key challenges based on the industry perceptions. First thing, the challenge is the compliance with various regulatory frameworks and environments, which are, in addition, continuously evolving. As was described here, we have this European context, there are also other contexts, and none of those is stable. Second thing is setting concrete sustainability enhancement objectives. We now talk about carbon neutrality. Tomorrow we might talk more about biodiversity, which are not the same thing. Who knows what we will talk about the next day. And for many companies, it's actually challenging to define what they should do in practice in terms of the carbon neutrality targets even. They have several options, several approaches, what to do and what to focus on when their resources cannot have everything explored. That takes us to the third challenge, which is covering the costs of green transition. We also discussed that here. Some research has shown that even though many of us want to raise our hands that yes, I'd like to pay more for a more sustainable cruise, the target passengers or guests of the cruise industry might not be willing to change their behavior or pay considerably more, whereby we cannot simply transfer the costs to the very end users, but we need to spread them somehow among the industry actors, and that's a lot easier said than done. So those would be the key challenges that we've identified in research. But then 3 ideas on how to approach this. And in general, I would say that I think the industry and all of us, stakeholders, need to widen our understanding of who the stakeholders of this industry are. Meaning that we need to look beyond the current policy objectives, current projects and current partners, and look beyond that. And what that might mean is that we need to develop the collaboration skills and foresight skills so that we are not continuously surprised of what's happening in the world. In the past couple of years, we've been surprised so many times. So we need to know more what's going on in different contexts that are related to ours, and we need to be able to imagine yes, imagine, not just know, but imagine what might happen so that we can prepare, for instance, to these geopolitical implications. That might change the circumstances considerably. Secondly, I think we need to innovate solutions not only to our immediate customers' needs, but to the needs of their customers. Like the example of cruise destinations. If we can come up with solutions that enhance sustainability of the industry and at the same time solve a really expensive problem of a customer, then this customer will be willing to pay for those solutions. It is not only of ecological value, but it is of financial value as well. So we need to switch our innovation ideas, not only in terms of technologies, but the business innovations as well. And then finally, the third point, I think we need to design new methods, not only for measuring sustainability, but also for visualizing and selling it to those who are not yet that interested and excited about it yet. So show the actual value, for instance, in terms of if we don't do this, it will cost you much more. Or if you do this, this is the actual impact that the solution will have. Like going to the impact, not just to technology as such. And thereby, I think we will be able to shape the markets so that there's not only regulatory push and sticks to pursue sustainability, but actual demand for those solutions since they are of real value. That's how I see it. So going beyond what we think of this industry and sustainability at the moment. These were my key points, but I'd very much like to hear if you have ideas of different key obstacles or some further solutions, because we are in need of those.
I think you mentioned a very valid point, which is the work the cruise line have to do on the destination. But I think it's also important to maybe bring some figures, because this discussion is always done on a very emotional way. And my very humble opinion is that there's no over-tourism, it's just a bad destination management, meaning cruise lines send their request 2-3 years in advance to their destination, right? Mm-hmm. So it's not that a ship is coming and the port, oh, surprise, we have a cruise ships today in the port. So there's plenty of time for the destination, to do their planning, work with the local stakeholders. In some destinations this works, in some other destination, unfortunately, not. As a matter of fact, and we did a survey recently on the impact of the cruise tourism on the destination here in Europe. An average of 7% of the total tourism comes from cruise ships, which this is a very small portion. Yeah. And most of the issues that destination have when it comes to over-tourism, low cost, for instance, low-cost tourism, affordable apartments for local communities are not caused by cruise ships, but are caused by, and I'm not here to, I'm not pointing the finger against low-cost carriers, but we know this is typical tourism that comes to a country and doesn't leave a lot of economy. There's not much economy impact on the destination. So yet cruise lines have to engage more with local destination. It's necessary there's a dialogue between the local destination and the cruise lines. Otherwise, the perception is definitely negative when it comes to, because ships are visible and they have, this kind of huge impact on especially small destinations. Just wanted to share the thoughts of the survey that we just did with Cruise Europe, actually. Yeah. Okay.
I fully agree with you that maybe the impact of this niche is not that significant, but it's sort of right there to be seen. So, yeah.
Niels.
No, I mean, coming very much from the perspective of cargo shipping, then I think we should be aware that there are many potential disruptors to the green transition for shipping. The first part of the conference was dedicated to secure and safe shipping. That's also an agenda. We also talk about digital and autonomous shipping. as being something on the agenda. Then there are many disruptors out there. There are a lot of national interests. We have trade wars, we have geopolitical conflicts. And these conflicts can either speed up or slow down the green transition. I tend to believe they are likely to slow down more than speed up, at least for some years. Maybe there will be a bounce back effect at some time. So that is important to have in mind. Another thing is that we are not the only industry that needs to decarbonize. I think green steel is responsible for at least 6 or 7% of carbon emissions now, and at least I have seen some indications of the business case of green steel being more attractive than the business case of maritime shipping, in the way that you don't need to subsidize and penalize the industry as much as you need to do in the maritime industry. And I think we can be quite proud of also the maritime industry, at least the cargo part of it, as being quite energy efficient when it comes to other modes of transport. So there are other industries that needs to decarbonize, and the shipping industry can also do something to support that. For example, you talk about scope 2 and 3 emissions, and the maritime industry is a big off-taker of steel, and maybe there is a good business case there that we can also catalyze some momentum in, that we should actually maybe take into account. When it comes to technology, I think we need to think of industrialization. Industrialization of a whole industry takes time, but if you look on wind turbines or wind energy and the levelized cost of wind energy, or the levelized cost of solar power, that has reduced the factor 2, 5, 10 over a number of decades. And I think, I'm not saying we can do the same with green hydrogen or green methanol, but we can come there. But it also implies a focus on industrialization of the whole industry, so we can drive down cost and increase availability. That's very important for the coming years, to have that in mind. And some of the technology vendors that can invent solutions that are low cost, scalable, modular, based on standard components already being there, they will maybe win the vendor game when it comes to technologies for producing green fuels, or distributing them, or storing CO2 and carbon and so on. You need to go for the simple, low cost, scalable solutions. They will probably win at the end.
Okay, we have 2 minutes time. We have a grand finale. The topic was sustainable maritime industry. What do you expect in the near future? And this one goes to all of you. Very short answers. Let's start with Andrius.
Yes, so I just want to come to the audience. Don't worry if you don't walk your talk. Just keep wanting the green shipping, and the marketing people will bring it to you by allowing some capital for these technologies.
Thank you. Niels?
I think I just said my last statement, so...
Okay, Tim?
Yeah, on the long term, my dream is, of course, that we turn the onshore power the other way around. So the ships are producing so clean energy that we provide energy to the country, and not the other way around.
Great.
But it's long term, not short term.
Yeah, okay.
I like that, by the way.
Okay.
So I think more collaboration, definitely, and also I'm expecting a great deal of new technologies which will change our life.
Kiki?
I'd much rather take the long lights on and say that it can be done. I think it's possible. I mean, it's super challenging, and a lot of things need to happen, but it is possible to decarbonize the shipping industry by 2050.
And finally, Eini.
I think there is a lot of confusion regarding what sustainability is at the moment. I think there will be even more confusion in the future if the geopolitical turbulence continues. But I think we still must go forward with it.
Okay. Many thanks to Turku University, many thanks for panelists, and many thanks to you, audience.
So, audience and the panelists. The topic nutrient recycling in Baltic Sea region is quite wide, so let's start. Before that, let's have a short introduction. If you mind, could you tell shortly who you are and what kind of role the Baltic Sea area plays in your work? Eija, you can start.
Yes. Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Eija Hagelberg from the Ministry of Environment, Finland, and I'm working there as a senior specialist in agriculture, very widely, from biodiversity, restoration law, to climate change and to water protection. And I have previously worked a long time at Baltic Sea Action Group, where I was more working with nutrient recycling with this topic. Nowadays, I see it as part of this very holistic place or situation where we are, and we have to understand how nutrients recycling is part of the solution also.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Ludwig.
Yeah, good to see you. Good to have to be here. I'm a friendly alien because I'm coming from Vienna, Austria. But I used to work for several years for Outotec, and therefore I had also the vision and the mission of mitigating nutrient pollution of the Baltic Sea, and we worked together with Baltic Sea Action Group and with other stakeholders, Luke and other stakeholders already in the past. And I did not lose the interest in mitigating nutrient pollution. So today we are partly a research company and partly an advisory company. And we are still in nutrient recycling, circular economy, and also looking for the best available technological solutions to do our job to reduce the pollution and to reduce and to improve the water quality.
Nice to have you here. Mats.
Yes, I'm Mats Johansson from Sweden, working at WWF, World Wildlife Fund, and I'm currently working as program manager for an Interreg program called BUDCOP, aiming to combat eutrophication. But I've been working with nutrient management and nutrient recycling since I made my master thesis in the 90s, and also been involved in quite a few of research and development projects, and also in national inquiry on new laws and national objectives on nutrient recycling in Sweden.
Thanks. Elsie.
Thank you. Elsie Kauppinen from the local ELY Center of Southwest Finland. And I work at the EU strategy for the Baltic Sea region, working towards cooperation in the Baltic Sea region as a whole. My topic policy area is Nutri, so we work with everything related to nutrient pollution, and nutrient recycling is a big part of the focus.
Thank you. And then the left side, Teija.
Okay, hello. My name is Teija Paavola, and I'm working as a sustainability manager at Atria, which is one of the leading food companies in Northern Europe. And my responsibility area in Atria is primary production, and especially in Finland, which is our biggest business area. So we have primary producers all over Finland, and actually sustainable nutrient management has been close to my heart throughout my career. And my ambition is that we will finally solve these eutrophication problems and actually get rid of this discussion. And then we can be even more proud of our food production.
Thank you. Welcome. Erik.
Yes, hello. My name is Erik Sindhoy. I'm a senior scientist at the Research Institutes of Sweden, and I focus on sustainable nutrient use and the development of circular nutrient solutions. I've been, in the past decade, I've been involved in quite a number of cross-border international Baltic Sea region projects, starting with Baltic Manure, Baltic Slurry, Sumanu, and currently am co-coordinating the Synergy project and Fertitech, which are particularly about nutrient recycling. My focus, my main research has been on development of technologies for separating and concentrating nutrients from various waste streams, also evaluating the agronomic performance of recycled nutrients, and interacting with farmers and policymakers and advisors to help encourage the use of recycled fertilizers. I believe that nutrient recycling is not only about environmental protection or environmental sustainability, but I believe it's about societal resilience. And that's one of the reasons why I'm really glad that we're here today, because I think it is also, I think nutrient recycling is a really important aspect for economic stability and for geopolitical security also. Thanks.
Yeah. And Kari.
Thank you. My name is Kari Ylivainio, and I'm a principal scientist in Natural Resources Institute Finland, eli Luonnonvarakeskus. And for the, let's say, past 20 years, I have been working with nutrient recycling issues, and my focus has mainly been on phosphorus and how to use these different side streams as recycled fertilizers, and how to use them in an environmental friendly way, and in order to sustain crop requirement and also related environmental issues. Recently, I coordinated the Lex for Bio project, which was a Horizon 2020 project where we studied recycled or bio-based fertilizers and how to optimize their use in agriculture, considering also environmental issues as well as food security and human health issues. And nowadays I'm also involved in several EU projects that are more or less considering nutrient recycling and soil health related issues which are closely connected. And many of those projects are focusing on these archipelago sea regions for reducing nutrient losses to Baltic Sea.
Thank you. So we have a good team with a lot of knowledge here. The structure of this discussion will be from wide and common level to local and individual scale. Also, questions from audience are allowed. Just raise your hands if you want to ask something, or raise your voice. Okay, let's go. We know that the Baltic Sea is one of the most polluted seas in the world. On a scale from 1 to 10, how worried are you about the situation right now? Who wants to start? Eric, can you start? From 1 to 10, how worried are you about the Baltic Sea?
So that's a good question. Worried about the Baltic Sea. The Baltic Sea is, at the same time, I am quite worried about the Baltic Sea. But at the same time, we've heard earlier today that there has been progress made. We have been really focusing efforts on reducing nutrient inputs, reducing phosphorus inputs into the Baltic Sea. We've been focusing on it for decades now. And we have made a difference, and things are starting to change. And yes, it's still a problem. There's still very large dead zones, but I think if we continue to keep it as a priority and a focus, that we can turn this around.
So you can see hope out there.
Yes, yes.
Anyway,
I see hope.
Yeah. Teija.
Well, if I say one number, I say 8. I'm quite optimistic because of that progress has been made. But I think that the progress should be accelerated as climate change challenges us.
Good. Jump here. Elsi.
Yeah, I think Helcom assessments, last ones, they are saying that there is still too much stuff going to the sea, but at the same time the trend is now decreasing. So it's not really yet visible in the state of the sea, but the inputs almost everywhere are starting to decrease. So I'm quite optimistic, especially with nutrients contamination like microplastics and this kind of stuff is still a topic that we don't know that much about. So, yeah.
Mats, please.
Yeah, well, then I must be the negative one, maybe. I used to be very optimistic. We saw these decreases that Eric talked about, and we have seen trends and learning a lot about eutrophication, etc. But what we now see, that we are adding multiple stresses to the Baltic Sea. We have the overfishing, and we also have the climate change, and the temperatures rises up. So this is really, the ecosystem of the Baltic Sea is really under a tremendous stress. And we talk about nutrients today, and the eutrophication is still one of the major pressures on the Baltic Sea and the ecosystems. So it's extremely important. And I would say maybe I was at 7, but now I'm maybe 9, if 9 is worse. So, sorry.
So it is not only about the sea, it's this whole system.
Yeah. The overall pressure from all the activities in the Baltic Sea catchment.
Yeah. Ludwig.
Yeah, I think I'm sharing with you this tendency to go from 8 to 9 because we are at risk of losing focus because we are now in the whole European Union, we are dedicating everything to defense, and it looks like generally being accepted that we shift funds from environmental protection to defending and to military expenses. And I think both emergencies that we are facing are equally important. So of course there is a threat coming from Russia, but there's also a threat coming from a climate situation. And we don't know which threat is more dangerous for us. So we need to keep both elements in the same, to pay attention to both elements in the same way.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, all these comments before, they're like the discussion inside my head. I think you all can share this, like, it's good and it's bad, and it could be 1 or it could be 10 or I don't know. This is how I actually feel. And there are I think there are optimistic and pessimistic scenarios and views, and the climate change is always the thing. We can not get rid of that very quickly. So, however, the other situations may vary, but it seems to be the new normal. But I still want to say something positive here. I cannot say any number. I say 5. Yeah, okay. But I want to say something positive, that the winter 23-24, as I just heard last week, of the fields in Finland, they had a winter cover of about 90% of all fields, which is a very good direction, and it's more than before. So I think a lot of good things are happening anyway, and so we just have to keep on doing things.
And Kari, how positive or negative you are?
Well, I think I'm quite optimistic. I think things are going in a better direction. Of course, the predicted climate change, what we have been seeing, it also have a great effect on agriculture and nutrient losses as well. So we don't have frozen soils in wintertime, so it might increase erosion, which then needs to be paid attention and in order to reduce nutrient losses as well. So there's a new technologies that needs to be taken into account in order to keep the soil on the ground and not to lose it to the Baltic Sea.
What is the biggest concern? Is it nutrition runoff? Is it the main problem if we are talking about Baltic Sea? Eija.
Yes, I think it's the eutrophication as a whole. It is a big problem, but I think that very often we talk about phosphorus and the nutrients, and they are a big part of the problem, but it's not just that, it's also the soil itself, like was mentioned before, that how the soil is problematic. So we have to reduce the erosion, not just because of the nutrients, but also because of the soil particles. We can see how the water on the shallow bay areas, it's not very clear, you cannot see very long distance in it. So it's also a thing that changes the ecosystem of the water. So it's not just the nutrients.
Mm-hmm. Any comments? Mats?
Yeah, I just can add here, and of course soil erosion is the real problem in those countries that manage fertilization and everything quite well. Mm-hmm. Still with the climate change and with let's say wind and weather, soil erosion remains a problem that is very difficult to mitigate. That's what I can add here.
Yeah.
Mats?
Yes, I would say that one can see it from a systems perspective, and then the problem is that it's so inefficient the way we handle nutrients in the system in the whole of society. For example, in Sweden, approximately 1/3 of the nitrogen that is being put into the agriculture system is ending up in the food. So we lose 2/3. And they are mainly going into the sea or into the air as pollution. So trying to go positive, seeing system changes is something that we are good on. We've made a lot of these. And we're good of really steering towards more efficiency in all our system and also in our economical systems. So maybe that's one way to see it in a very positive way. So let's change the system's characteristic, and then we'll fight and combat eutrophication also.
Yeah, more comment. Elsie?
I think I'm not HELCOM expert, but in HELCOM evaluations, I think they said that on the pressures that are impacting Baltic Sea, hazardous substances is now more or less equal with nutrients, and it also comes to the whole sustainable nutrient management, that it has to be safe for food production. So it's a big issue.
More comments here. Erik, Kari, or Teija? Okay. It's fact that much has been done to protect this sea area, but many experts say that more coordination is needed instead of many small projects. The aim of removing the Baltic Sea area in front of Turku archipelago sea from HELCOM's blacklist before year 2027 is slipping away, unfortunately. What do you think? Are there even too many individual and small programs, and how could we get broader shoulders for this work, not only here nearby our region, but also in whole Baltic Sea area? Elsie can start, and then Eija.
Thank you. Okay, I think there are quite a lot of efforts going on. There are different projects, different systems going on, but still we lack a kind of central actor, I think. And the EU strategy for the Baltic Sea region, where I work, is kind of trying to do that, coordinate the effort, and help the cooperation throughout the Baltic Sea region. So yes and no, there is a lot of going on, but also we try to also cooperate and be coordinated with the effort. Of course, it's still ongoing work, and lots more needs to be done. So it's not that easy.
Yeah, is it just all about money?
No, money.
Or
if I had a lot of help, it would make it. But yeah, basically, it's easier to fund separate projects than to help them coordinate the work. But yeah, in Nutri, in my policy area, we are planning to start some kind of cooperation group next year. So hopefully that will be also something that will help. It will be open and inclusive, so everybody that finds it interesting are welcome to join it. But that's for next year probably.
Yeah. Eija.
Thank you. Yeah, I think in our point of view, I say that maybe it might looks like there are too many programs, too many projects, and who can handle this all? But the fact is that we also have to handle very many different scales and levels. Like we have to understand that we have the international conventions, we have EU legislation, we have even this HELCOM or Baltic Sea level. Then we have the national implementation programs, and because life is always local, we have to local projects that implement all these higher goals. So it's not possible to have like one program and one office or any organization which could handle it all. We have to put it in small pieces, and we just have to accept that. There is no other way. I think we don't want to have an office or program which is everything inside. That's like we need this diversity, and it's good. And if they all just have the same big goal, that's of course important. Yeah. If they are going to different directions, then we are in trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I may add here, a little bit controversial, in your opinion, because when we started at EU level with the mission program, that was somehow the idea of Mariana Mazzucato, a very important economist. She said we should copy kind of mission moon that the Americans had, and they said in 10 years we need to be at the moon, and they achieved it. But everything subordinated to this grand goal, and this is and we copied in Europe then in the end the mission. We have a mission soil, but we do a half mission, or we take the mission as a part of other activities, and we have activities, soil-related activities within the mission, and we have soil-related activities outside of the mission. So we are not really implementing or not really following this mission. If we did that, I would agree with you that we need different bodies that handle different topics within this large goal, but then we need this overarching umbrella that we somehow do not really have.
Kari, and then Erik.
Yeah. Perhaps to continue what Ludwig said, that I don't think it's bad that we have different projects, or there's many different financial instruments as well to study this issue, but perhaps there would be a need, some kind of a platform that would collect all this together to get this information, because it's now very sparsely distributed, so it's sometimes difficult to know what is actually going on this nutrient recycling area.
Erik.
Yeah, I can only support also what's been said, and I think what Eija first said, that we need a whole diversity of projects, of big projects, small projects, regional projects, local projects. I think all of that's really important. I think we also need, as you mentioned, with soil and soil health monitoring, we need long-term projects also to really be able to follow and look at the effects on soil health. But I think when it comes to nutrient recycling, there's a lot we already know. There's a lot we already understand. There's a lot that could really be implemented today, tomorrow. We don't really have to wait. We don't really need more projects to study it. I think what it comes down to is the problem with nutrient recycling is that almost any type of recycling activity costs money. It costs money to implement. It costs money for the farmers to implement it. It costs money for whatever's business is doing it. And this cost is always going to be compared in the end, because we want to recycle the nutrients. That means we need to get the nutrients back from the waste stream back into the agricultural production. And that means we're going to replace conventional imported mineral fertilizers with recycled nutrient fertilizers. this is going to be increased costs. There's almost no way to get around it from today. So, I mean, if we're really serious about this, if we're really serious about increasing societal resilience and creating a more resilient, a more sustainable system for society, this is a societal question. This falls back on society, and it needs to be supported. And it can be either supported by regulation or incentivization. But without this, it will never take off. I don't see it ever taking off unless it is really supported. And we need this. We need politicians who are willing to take the step and to actually say, yes, this is really important. This we need to do, and this we're going to incentivize.
Yeah, there is also politics in these questions. Could it be a problem also? Yeah, audience question. Yeah, of course. You get microphone.
Thank you. My name is Frauke Gero and I'm a student from Germany. And actually compliance is my question because in Germany, the government cut off some subsidies for farmers last year. We had some huge protests, even though the cut-off was very small compared to other sectors of economy. And my question is, so if we step from projects to like enforce legislation, what will farmers do? Will they just comply, or will they say, oh no, that's enough, I have to change too much of my conventional way of agriculture and will step up?
Who wants to comment? Ludwig and then Mats.
I would say that we should be aware that if we ask farmers to provide some ecosystem services, we have to pay them for providing ecosystem services. So we cannot cut payments and at the same time ask them for more performance in terms of services. Because their core business is providing food and providing nutrition. And we ask them more and more to do additional things. And we need to subsidize these additional services. As you said about cover crops, green fields in winter times. So the farmer would not do that on his own because he has no motivation to do that. So if he does it, you should give him something in exchange for it. We want it because we want to keep the soils healthier and to mitigate erosion. So this is a good example where we cannot ask the farmer to do more work for less money. This is not possible. Nobody of us would do it. But I think there could be a nice balance, and some countries demonstrate that this balance is possible.
Much.
Yeah, I think we talk a lot about these projects and learning in between the countries around the Baltic Sea, etc. That's very good. Let's get an arena for that. Then we need to add an arena, the political arena, that could address this system changes that we need to see, that also involves not only technical changes, but also economical and, as you're pointing out in your question, the cultural questions and addressing and having people and farmers to change. That's not something easy. So we need to change the CAP, that is the Common Agricultural Politics, and the funding for the agriculture. We need national targets, quantified and set for years. In Sweden, we don't have that. Our government says, let's recycle more sometime in the future. And we need a policy mix. We need to have a governance where we steer in several places of the systems at approximately the same time towards these goals. This is not easy governance, but it's needed.
Teija.
Okay, yeah, I was already planning to comment Eric's words that I agree, and also with Ludwig's, because I think that somehow we should be able to prioritize limited public funds for the most concrete and effective measures. It's also very clear at the moment that the market doesn't pay for these actions.
Elsie.
I would put a kind of emphasis on the Baltic Sea because it's so polluted that we have to have kind of our own voice, make it stronger in the EU policies. Now there are a lot of open consultations going on, like even bioeconomy strategy is open for consultations now. So it's really important to bring up why this issue is so big here and make it also, you can do it on your own. Every effort is important, but also make it jointly. So that is a topic that I'm trying to work on if I promote myself in the upcoming webinar in June. So, yeah.
Okay. More comments? Hey.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I was thinking that we of course we do need legislation, that's for sure. But we still have to remember that farmers are entrepreneurs, and that's where we really need to find this balance. When we think about legislation for nutrient use, for example, these days it sounds kind of ridiculous that earlier you could spread the manure on snow in winter time. Now it's like, what? Yeah. So these things that were sometimes very difficult to think, I think farmers didn't like this when this came, but now nobody's doing it anymore. So we need both hand in hand. Yeah.
The last few years have been very difficult for the economy because of high interest rates and inflation, for example. Now the situation is a little bit better, but there is still uncertainty due to President Trump's tariff policy, for example. Do you see any risks that the environmental values don't get as much attention they would need and deserve? Eija can start, and then Elsie and Mats.
Okay, thank you. Yes, absolutely there are threats, and I think it is a huge mistake. Because if we think that when the nature is healthy, it protects us. And this is really the main idea. All people on this planet just don't understand this fact, that if we take care of the environment, it will take care of us. And it's part of the solution. Like if we put the environmental problems, put them aside while we are thinking about something else, we are maybe making the bill bigger at the end. So if we can't see that the environmental conservation is part of our security, we are totally wrong. Secondly, I would also like to mention that especially when we need the money for other things, like at the moment, it seems like, then we should even more carefully than before think about how to save all the resources, if they are natural resources or whatever, like all the electronics and this, I don't know if the English term is correct, but like this speed fashion where you wear one t-shirt once and then throw it away. So we should forget all this kind of living if we need money for something else, and save our money and save the nature both.
And then was Ludwig.
Yeah, well, a system change is definitely necessary. And we have this science discussion between degrowth and decoupling. And of course, degrowth and decoupling, I think we need both. But the critical question is, how do we do that? Because when we see a degrowth situation, as we currently see it in some of the fertilizer product companies, people lose their jobs. And Yara is kind of cutting the jobs for 1,000 people now. So this is not what we want, because we want to have a social balance within our societies. Decoupling is something that if we think of, as you say, I can produce a t-shirt at low price that is rotten after 5 months, and I can produce a garment that you can wear for 30 years. Both is possible, and both could bring the same revenues for the companies that are doing it. If I think of fertilizer companies, we have this critical discrepancy because the fertilizer company wants to sell tons of fertilizers. We want to limit them. We want to limit the input of fertilizers. You said that 70% are lost, only 30% end up in food. So how do we do that? We could think of having a subscription model that the fertilizer company has a subscription with the farmer, and the farmer pays the same amount that he pays now, but the use of fertilizers is at the discretion of the company, and they will tend to use less because they save money if they sell less and if they provide less. But in our current system, this is very difficult to deal with companies. Maybe you have also your experiences, but the responses are not overwhelmingly positive.
Yeah.
Well,
is this
Up to you. Okay,
so you can start and then Mats.
I had a bit different perspective from the security, that how Ukraine has been dealing with this, because I've been working with them with the wastewater treatment, and they are really big on the EU membership, of course. So they are still, even during the war, they have big effort to join the EU, to fulfill the different requirements of river basin management, wastewater treatment directives, and so on and so on. And from the people there, I hear that it brings them, of course, kind of a meaning, hope, but it's really important to have a kind of direction where we want to go, and to have a joint understanding where we want to go. So I think cooperation in times like this is even more important than it was before, so we have to put more effort to it.
Much. And then the audience question from Kimmo. What's
And then well, going back to Trump and the geopolitical insecurity, in Sweden we import almost all mineral fertilizers. We don't have Jara, we don't have any mines, we have nothing. In these times of there are big risks for the food production in our country, and we need to steer away from that. And so in one way, this maybe not gives me hope, but I could see that we could take these nutrient-related aspects, also eutrophication, and piggyback or put them into the overall situation of a sustainable food production also during crisis. And then we need to have our own means of producing fertilizers for our food production. And we're far from that in Sweden. Maybe I believe you're better off here in Finland. So this is one way of putting these nutrient discussions back into the overall politics, because it's very easy to say and discuss and make politicians understand that we need food on our table. Without fertilizers, there will be very little food.
And then the audience question or comment, Kimmo.
Kimmo Lunden, a journalist from Maaseudun Tulevaisuus. I have a question to you all. It's about Mats Johansson mentioned how soil and its emissions should something to do with it. And there was a Professor Annika Kangas who is making a study about that. It has been said that the wood soil and its emissions, they have been miscalculated, and there is a dilution with it. So what should, and according to her, she said, argumented that the whole soil of woods should be taken away from all the calculations. What are your opinions, please?
Is it about nutrients?
Yeah.
Was it about carbon or nutrients?
About carbon.
Yeah.
Carbon. Well, we are nutrient experts, aren't we? I can only reflect that we have this discussion in Sweden on the political level as well, and there are different scientists saying different things. We'll see where it ends up. I don't know about this specific study.
Yeah, maybe I can add that we have currently a trend of upcoming startups and companies who are providing more robust measurements and models. So we are currently in a kind of limbo. We can, let's say, tend to the one or to the other side in regard to what is beneficial and what is less beneficial and how we calculate. But with these models, but again, it will take some time until these companies will provide robust facts about this, let's say, practice will bring more carbon to the soil and another practice will have less positive impact. But I think we need to wait, we need to be patient, and we cannot really take judgments right now. We are not in a position, we as a group, but also I think the scientific world in general does not have the best techniques to determine the, let's say, emissions and also storage of carbon from soils.
No comments. Okay. How about the private companies, for example, food factories? Are they involved in supporting nutrient recycling and more responsible practices? Teija Paavola, how do you see, for example, Atria's role in this question?
Well, of course we, for example, take care of that the necessary information of the most sustainable methods is available for our contract farmers. We have minimum criteria for environmental performance in our contracts. Actually, we are currently building a new arable farming development program, which aim is to invest more in developing environmentally sustainability of feed production and so on livestock production. Well, we invest in research a lot, and we also invest straight into the technological solutions. For example, at the moment we are building one of the biggest biogas plant in Finland with digestate post-processing nearby our main slaughterhouse in cooperation with Suomen Lantakaasu. Also, I think that we are involved.
Ludwig,
yeah,
companies.
What Teija says is, of course, also very important to achieve a change, because the industry is the client of the farmer. So, of course, we are end users, but we are many, and we cannot really exercise a big influence. We can, but not only to a certain extent. But if we have the industry on our side together with the regulators, we can really induce a change. Of course, it will still take time, but it's important to see many industrial companies really supporting these policies. And I think, to say something positive, this is a big change in comparison to 20 years ago, because 20 years ago we had always a clash we would not have a panel like this where industry and regulators sit and talk in harmony. And I think this is a good sign for progress.
Eija.
Yes, thank you. I think your question is very interesting and very topical, what you ask about the private companies. Because I think there is a very rapid change going on at the moment. For example, this year in winter, I participated crop farming seminar, a national seminar, where 6 companies presented their sustainability programs, where they have these sustainability programs for the farmers, because these are the companies that buy the cereals from farmers. And it's happening very fast, and I think the companies are nowadays giving a lot, I hope it's motivation for farmers or a possibility, because they also pay a little bit more mostly on these sustainable products or sustainably produced crops. And it's coming like the other way than CAP, for example, that the companies are asking farmers to do these sustainably produced products. But when we are talking about nutrient recycling here in this seminar, I didn't actually notice that any of these 6 companies were talking about nutrient recycling. There were, for example, Fazer and Landman and Agro, they have these low-carbon fertilizers that they support, but not like using manure or recycled fertilizers. I cannot be 100% sure if there is some, so sorry, companies. But I think this is something we should somehow add to the companies' programs also. Also to make it easy and interesting for farmers. Yeah, but it's really interesting what is happening with the companies.
Yeah, Erik.
We had in a previous project, there was a national level project in Sweden. We had some interviews with several companies in Sweden, food industry companies, and just exactly about this topic about nutrient recycling and about including nutrient recycling into their sustainability program. And what was interesting was all the companies that we contacted, all of them had a sustainability manager, and all of them had a sustainability program, and all of them were very interested in talking with us about this issue. Exactly what you said now, that none of them had nutrient recycling integrated in as part of their sustainability. They were all very much focused on carbon footprint, greenhouse gas emissions. Rightfully so, maybe, but they were all very interested in the idea of nutrient recycling, and several of them even said, when in part of the interview it was elaborated, that they could foresee offering an incentive to their farmers for including some type of nutrient recycling aspect into the production. And currently we work with a very large dairy company who is also very interested in increasing nutrient recycling, and also now in implementing technologies to reduce nutrient losses from manure application, which is a form of increasing nutrient utilization and increasing nutrient recycling by reducing losses. And they are also incentivizing their farmers by giving them actually monetary credits, or they're paying them more for the milk that they deliver if they implement certain things that are increasing the nutrient utilization of the manure, which is a form of nutrient recycling, improving nutrient recycling. So I think it is something that needs to be. This is a largely I think education issue, knowledge development and dissemination. of the importance of nutrient recycling, also the importance of nutrient recycling for society on a societal level of increasing the recycling of nutrients from these waste streams back into, but to be able to do it safely, of course. But I think the small businesses, the food industry can play a large role in getting this rolling.
One comment that we are also thinking these kind of different kind of incentives, but I think that at least I want to do more, but it's always very difficult to get this money from the market. So then it's somehow you need to get some kind of correct level what you can push to the, how you can push to the farmers, and what is the really cost, who can pay for that. And but I think that quite many food companies are thinking these kind of things at the moment.
Much. Yeah, I believe this is very important that we use this energy and this interest and the knowledge that we have in the business sector of agriculture and food production, because they are willing. Our politicians say that they are willing, but they are not putting any efforts in it. And now that's mine, that's Sweden. But there's a solution here. If we could have political decision with public funding for the overall societal benefits and the environmental benefits, etc., we could mix public funding with private funding, and then we will help you. I'm looking at you, Thea, and the companies here to take these steps and develop the new business models, etc., that also connects the climate aspects that you're very, very good at, and integrating the nutrient management into that. I think that there's something here, but the companies will not do it on their own, because, as Eric pointed out earlier, there's no business in only nutrient recycling.
Mm-hmm. More comments?
Yeah,
Ludwig.
We have one planet and we have one system, and we need to integrate climate and materials needs, and otherwise, so nutrients are materials in the end, and currently many of them are fossil origin. So without integrating both systems, we will not achieve, let's say, success in the end, because there are always trade-offs between emissions and materials use, and if you don't see the whole system, you miss a part and you may make mistakes that are avoidable.
And one question from the audience.
Hello, my name is Outi Salovara. I am a freelance journalist. I'm especially interested in Russia. So I would be interested in hearing your opinion about Russia's possible role in this Baltic Sea question. I mean, we know that one country is missing from this panel and this occasion, and probably for a long time and for understandable reasons. But could Russia somehow spoil our efforts to make things better in Baltic Sea? And what is the impact of Russia right now? Is there coming some nutrition or whatever to Baltic Sea?
Very good point of view. Who wants to start? Mats?
Well, the mineral nitrogen fertilizers that you produce also here in Finland, that is produced all over Europe, are mainly produced with fossil gas, so-called natural gas. A lot of that, we know, still comes from Russia. So we are kind of fertilizing our agriculture with Russian gas. Okay? Let that sink in. It's a very vulnerable system. and it's fossil driven. So it's something that we should steer away from. That's my angle on it. So we are still dependent on the Russians for our food production, and we need to change it.
Elsie and then Erik.
Exactly, this is what makes the nutrient recycling also security, self-supply, this kind of issue. So it's very complex. So it's not only about water protection.
No.
It really covers the whole society in many ways.
Erik.
I can just agree exactly what Mats was saying. Our agriculture is very, very reliant on Russian natural gas for nitrogen fertilizers, and actually probably a lot of the phosphorus fertilizer that comes into Europe is also coming from Russia as well. But at the same time, I think probably one of the reasons that we're here today might also be because of Russia and because of the war. Unfortunately, a couple of years ago, right after the pandemic and when Russia invaded Ukraine and the price of fertilizers skyrocketed, something that we have never seen before. We had completely gotten very, very comfortable on the global market with dealing with fertilizers, and nobody questioned the whole system until it was disrupted. And within a few months before the growing season was going to start, nitrogen fertilizer prices went up 400%. And suddenly my phone started ringing and everybody wanted to talk about alternative fertilizers. Before, nobody was interested in listening to that type of my research about that. So it is. I very much agree, though. This is we have to, in some way, we have to steer our societies away from a resilience on these type of resources that are finite, that are causing global climate change, and they're causing regional instability, and that's exactly why we're here talking about nutrient recycling, other things that we're not maybe haven't talked so much about, but also is local green nitrogen production incentives that could be taken also to help. There's a whole breadth of nutrient recycling is one main aspect of it, but yes, I think it's very much.
Kari.
Just to add that we are mainly like nitrogen. Come from Russian natural gas, but then when it comes to phosphorus, like at the European level, 90% of the phosphorus demand could be covered with these recycled materials. But because these two nutrients, they are totally different in reactions in soil, so we apply nitrogen every year in order to sustain our crop. But like phosphorus, there is not such a need. So, like you said, we are very dependent on these nitrogen fertilizers in order to sustain the crop growth.
And Eija.
Thanks. Thinking about some solutions. So, this we of course, like what was mentioned before, these recycled nutrients generally, they are what we need, and nutrient recycling generally. But then also we have to think more about the biological nitrogen fixation on soils, and we have to have our soils in good condition, good structure, so we need sustainable soil management. All this helps also with the nutrient management. But still, these are good ways, but what I just learned when I was digging these topics, that we need new technologies and investments, and I just heard about this new, what is this? I read it from here. Green North Energy, it's a company that has a green hydrogen and ammonia plant in Naantali, or they are building. I think in this room, maybe we have people who know this better than me, who have to read it here from my paper. But so they are going to produce with this green ammonia, and don't ask me how it's produced, raw material also for domestic fertilizers. So something is happening, and this is really good news. I think this is what we need.
Yeah, maybe I can help a little bit.
Thank you.
Yes, you can.
Keep it simple.
To give you a clear answer, the Russians cannot destroy our efforts. So I think we are in the driver's seat. So we can do what we need to do and what we want to do, and we can, for example, produce green ammonia, which is in principle more expensive than this fossil gas derived ammonia. But due to the high gas prices that we have anyway, the two products are closing each other. So the gap is not as high anymore, and therefore it even helps. The high gas prices help to sustain or to support the green ammonia that we can produce from biogas, from syngas that we can produce, or from waste, or from electrolysis. And I think this Naantali plant probably, I do not know the project, but it will probably be from syngas that you produce hydrogen and ammonia, because the first step is always hydrogen and then the second step is ammonia.
Probably.
Okay. In the program of Finnish government, there is an aim to double the food exports by year 2031. These kind of goals might sound good, but how do you see, are there any risks that this may increase nutrition runoff? Teija can start and then Kari.
Okay. Doubling the food export, well, probably it's not so much, and typically parts that are not consumed in Finland are exported at the moment. So therefore, food export doesn't necessarily increase food production in Finland, so it may not affect the runoff.
Okay, Kari and then Mats and Elsi.
Well, I agree that it might be challenging to double the export. But then if we consider whether we are doubling the, let's say, field-grown crops that we are exporting or then animal-based products, if you consider field-grown crops, it's hard to increase yields. But of course, this is expected after climate change that we might get bigger yields. Of course, this would then mean higher input of fertilizers. But of course, they should be then applied according to crop requirements, so that I don't see that there would be then big risks for increased nutrient runoffs. But if we want to, let's say, hypothetically double the animal production, of course, this perhaps mean bigger production units, and of course then more manure will be produced. And if this is very concentrated on small area, then we would need technologies for processing this manure.
Yeah, I mean, we could increase or double our food production in different ways. We could do it as business as usual. As now, this ineffective system, of course, we will lose more and increase the eutrophication. But on the other hand, we have all the knowledge that the experts here and others are talking about. If we do it in a good way, maybe we could increase or maybe even need to double in the future the food production in the Nordic countries due to the climate changes, etc., in Southern Europe. So we need to produce more. Maybe we could do that in a more sustainable way. Suddenly I'm beginning to sound a little bit more positive, right?
So it can be win-win situation.
It can, but we need political decisions for this to happen. Otherwise, it won't.
Elsi.
I'm going to blame Mats for these numbers because it was in his project that these were evaluated, but roughly half of both phosphorus and nitrogen is lost to the lakes, rivers and seas from agriculture. So there is inefficiency, and if we fix that, then we can easily increase the production when it's done in a good way. Now I think I took from the internet, so I don't know if this is good, but about 15% of Finnish food production is exported. And doubling that, it wouldn't, if we fix the inefficiency first, then we are in a good way and we can reach both targets, I think.
Thanks, Eija.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I agree with Mats and Elsi very much on what you said, but I still can say something. Yeah, I think that if we are going to double our export, the brand of Finnish export food should be based on sustainability and circular economy, and then it's kind of good thing. Like the worst scenario is that we get the feed from, let's say, South America, and then we grow the animals here, and then we export them somewhere else, and we leave the nutrients here, and if we don't take care of them, they lead to the Baltic Sea. But this is not what we do. Like you said, we can do it in a sustainable way if we want to. So I think this is what we want.
Kari.
Just as an extreme, like in Belgium and Netherlands, where they have, of course, very little of land area, but very big animal production. So there we can see extreme situation what can happen in the sense of manure problems. Of course, we are still far away from that, but that can be a good example what could happen if these problems wouldn't then taken care of.
Erik.
It's interesting, though, that you talk in Finland about increasing your exports, because in Sweden, I think we talk mostly about increasing our own self-sustainability to actually produce the food that we're consuming, which we're not doing in Sweden at this point. And at the same time, we're trying to decrease the footprint of the food production. But I think as it was said earlier, as long as the incentives are there to actually move toward the production systems that we know work more efficiently, moving towards precision agriculture techniques, and particularly for when it comes to using manure and organic waste streams, recycling them in, we need to include precision agriculture technologies to be able to use this also in organic fertilizer usage, so that we decrease losses. We need to emphasize that the use of technologies and agricultural practices, but without supporting our farmers to doing this, it's going to end up just costing them more money, and then we're gonna buy the cheaper food in the stores, which is produced somewhere else that doesn't have these requirements, and then everybody loses. So these initiatives, these things have to be, I think they have to be backed by society. They have to be incentivized to be able to pay for them. But we'll never get nutrient loss-free agriculture. There's always going to be losses, but we can make it as efficiently as possible, and we can always strive to make it as efficient as possible. I think it's important to remember, as we're talking about all these losses, is that it's not possible to do agriculture on a zero loss system. It's not going to happen.
The poor state of the Baltic Sea is on our minds in the summertime because of blue-green seaweed and things like that. But how can we create awareness that lasts all year round? I think this is one of the key questions. Any ideas? Eija.
Repeat.
Has media some kind of role?
Mm-hmm. Yes. We need to. Okay, we have to think that we get so much information every day on all possible channels. So if we don't say our message clear enough, then it will get lost somewhere in the jungle of all other messages. clear message and repeat.
Maybe we may invent more instruments like our carbon credits. So we have invented, because this is, we always talk about the market that determines our economy, but in the end we can invent market instruments, and we have done this already with the carbon credits. Maybe we invent also biodiversity credits. That could also be a tool to raise awareness and to motivate more people and industries to do more for our biodiversity.
And Mats, what is your solution?
Yeah, and I believe that we should put a lot of focus and interest and tell stories about the Baltic-friendly farmers, because there are a lot of them. We should really lift them up, tell these messages, say that it is possible to produce food in a more sustainable way with less pollution of the Baltic Sea and more recycling. I just want to say that WWF all around the Baltic Sea is arranging now again the Baltic Sea Farmer Award, which we did before the COVID epidemic. Now we're taking it up again this year. There will be national winners, and there will also be a Baltic winner, a Baltic Sea Farmer 2025, sometimes in October, November. That's one way of going one positive way, communicating about this. And maybe we could connect the farmers and the countryside with us all, including me, living in the cities, going to the shop to buy the food.
Elsi.
Yeah, I wanted to kind of emphasize also this cooperation with farmers and support, giving them more support than what we have been doing this far, because that's really important. And also supporting farmer organizations, advisory organizations, maybe helping them cooperate so that they can learn more from each other around the Baltic Sea region. There is an effort that we are planning to take in policy area Nutri in the future. And also kind of this, we talk about the Helcom blacklist, but it's maybe a negative way to put that, but it's an opportunity. We can direct our resources to a place where the resources are needed, and we should use that tool as far as we can, and Eija can send us more money so we can do it.
You have a lot of money.
Yeah.
And so how could we reduce the confrontation between economic values such as food production, agriculture, fish farming, and environmental values? Any ideas? Is it good conversation or? Because I think there might be a little confrontation between these things. Elsi?
No, if we solve basically the inefficient use of nutrients in agriculture, then we actually create opportunities also for fish farming, because not a lot of the fish farming is not a big polluter. I think I have the numbers somewhere, but it's in the Baltic Sea region is very small, 1%, but it has regional importance. And for example, in the archipelago sea, it has more importance and effect. But they cannot get permits because of the state of the sea. So if we can get things rolling, they also benefit from this.
Well, it's me again. You know, we need conflicts. And if everybody says, yes, we should save the Baltic Sea, all the politicians, then it's not interesting anymore, you know? So we do need and should harness and use these conflicts to drive the change and get on the agenda, get on the news and whatever. So that's one way. But of course, that costs a little bit, you know? taking the conflict, saying the unwanted thing, asking the politicians, say, okay, you say you want to save the Baltic Sea, but you're cutting all the funding for the work needed. So let's have more conflicts.
I think another idea for doing, you talked about fish farming, and I think mussel farming could be a good counterbalancing measure, because they take mussels, and probably you don't produce in Finland, in the Baltic Sea, the same quality of mussels that you produce in Bordeaux, but it could be a protein production, and it could replace protein in animal feed, and so. But of course, it also needs your money. You need to incentivize.
I don't have so much money.
You need to incentivize the startup, because otherwise it won't work. It's not something that will immediately produce profits for the entrepreneurs. So they need some, let's say, push, and then it could work. I think it is not a stupid idea. Right?
Okay, time is running out. Final question. If you should mention one concrete measure or step to make the situation better, what would it be? Or how can each individual person do to take care of Baltic Sea? And Kari, can you start?
Well, I suppose the nutrient recycling is what we are now talking here. It's one of the key issues in order to reduce nutrient losses to Baltic Sea. And in a recent project, we show that these recycled fertilizers, they can be as efficient as mineral ones. They are also safe from both human health and food security point of view, so as compared to mineral ones. And in order to increase this recycling potential what we have, of course, we need to increase the awareness of consumers that these fertilizers are safe, the food that is produced after using these side streams, they can be safely used. But I think that one thing that always in news and papers come up these organic contaminants, pharmaceuticals and other these harmful effects that these recycled fertilizers may contain, although we show that they are not pose any risks. I think that one thing that everyone can do is not throw medical antibiotics or anything into the sewage, which will eventually end to the sewage streams, and these are basically the raw materials of recycled fertilizers. So by doing this, we can have, let's say, purer recycled fertilizers. So this is something that all citizens can do. Take unused medicines back to the pharmacy and not throw to the toilet.
Thanks. Erik.
You mentioned a lot of really good ideas, Kari. I mean, on the individual level, what can the individual do to improve the situation? And okay, if you're not a farmer, most of us are not farmers. There's very few small percentage who are actually farmers. If you're a farmer, then it's quite obvious. You could stop buying imported fertilizers. You can start using recycled fertilizers. But if you're not a farmer, if you're just an everyday person, I would say probably one of the biggest impacts you can do is try to decrease the amount of food you waste. I've seen studies that show that it's 25 to 35% of the food that we buy as individuals from the grocery store that we end up throwing away. This is quite a large efficiency loss right there that is adding agricultural environmental impact. Eat the food that you buy and try to throw out as little as possible, I think is maybe one suggestion.
Okay, as a food company, at least just now, we are participating in the current Finnish government Archipelago Sea program and its business cooperation project, and I am waiting that during this year we will find new ways of making concrete actions happen together with other companies and stakeholders. And my message for individuals is that despite of this Baltic Sea challenge, remember that domestic food is pure and safe and sustainable from many ways, so don't externalize your food production. And our food security is based on diverse production, and that is an advantage for us, and especially here in northern conditions. And I'm sure that together we can make progress towards more sustainable food production.
Thank you. Elsie?
Yeah, maybe like keeping the kind of supply chains as short as possible, so not buying from imported food, try to buy local. Don't put stuff in the toilet that doesn't belong there, basically. So we can keep the sea starts from there, from your toilet. So keep that in mind, and also that some of the nutrients will be recycled through that sewage. So yeah.
Quite simple things.
Simple things.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll start with a simple but conflict-related thing. Eat less proteins. Proteins are nitrogen and phosphorus. That's the nutrients we're talking about. When we eat a lot of that, we have to produce a lot of that, more losses. And everything we eat goes just through our bodies, and it ends up somewhere else. So if we decrease the protein intake, it will be good. The other thing is, going back to Thea, that is eat as local as possible. That's also good.
Ludwig and then Eija.
Okay, not blaming the individuals. I'm trying to follow Thea's proposal, and I would say upscale the effort between industry and government to include all food industries and stop accounting as carbon credits some activities that are done in Indonesia or somewhere else. Keep it local and keep it sectorial. So carbon credits from the agriculture must go to the agriculture and not to something else, not to aviation, for example.
And Eija.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I think we have to have a big goal or objective to get recycled nutrients either by some new generation fertilizers or then just manure to as many fields as possible as nutrients. And while we are working with that, I think we need a lot of different stakeholder groups to make it possible and make this nutrient recycling beneficial for all farmers and for all farms. The consumer individual can at least sometimes buy certified organic food because it's based on nutrient recycling. That's one way you can be sure that the food is produced based on nutrient recycling. But I hope all of our agriculture and food production will get closer to that direction.
Thank you. Okay, I think time is up. Thank you for the good conversation. Maybe we could not save the whole Baltic Sea, but this was a good start anyway. I think we still have hope. Thank you all the panelists and the audience also. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ta-da, it's on. Thank you. So good evening, everyone. On behalf of the organizing team, I wish to say thank you for being here today. I hope that this has been a fruitful day and fruitful discussions have taken place. The reception offered by the city of Turku will be organized in restaurant Gredda. It's about 10-minute walk by the riverside. So if you so wish, we can act as your guide. My team can help you to get there, but just let us know in the hallway in a couple of minutes. But still, now to the final remarks. I have the joy of inviting member of the European Parliament, Merja Kyllönen, to the stand to give some concluding words for today's events and discussions. So Merja, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. It's a great pleasure to be here all the day, but also having the final remarks. I hope you won't get into sleep. I try to do my best, and we'll see what happens. Dear co-travelers in the Baltic Sea area, ladies and gentlemen, it has been a great day, going from up to bottom and back. And I think the current situation in the Baltic Sea region is very complex and constantly evolving. We are seeing increased military activity and rising tensions, especially as a result of the ongoing war in Ukraine, which has caused major security uncertainty. Russia's military aggression in Ukraine and build-up near the Baltic Sea states and in Kaliningrad has raised serious concerns about potential destabilization and the risk of escalation also in the Baltic Sea. NATO has responded by increasing the presence and conducting more joint exercises, but tensions remain high. And the possibility of miscalculation is still very real. The EU is seeing its role in the Baltic security field, and I think it's very much needed that the EU would also take a stronger position in the Baltic Sea. At the same time, environmental issues are becoming more pressing. The Baltic Sea is one of the most polluted and vulnerable seas in the world, facing problems such as eutrophication, plastic pollution, and also illegal fishing. Climate change is making things worse. 1.5 degrees raised ahead. It has happened already. There's not gonna be the thing that we could fight against that. But fast action are needed if we want to find solution to end this kind of development. Climate change is an issue which is existing. But if you speak about safety and security and climate change in the same sentence, people are looking at you. What stresses you? What is the crisis? And then you forget the wide picture of safety and security. You only look the military aspect. And I think that is a huge mistake. We have big risks in many areas. There's cyber attacks on critical infra, disinformation campaigns, maritime piracy. These challenges undermine regional stability and require coordinated responses. The current situation calls for vigilance, resilience, and closer cooperation among Baltic Sea nations to effectively address both traditional and non-traditional security threats. And what are the security challenges? There are both traditional and emerging new risks. One of the most pressing issues is the threat of hybrid warfare, which includes cyber attacks, disinformation campaigns, sabotage operations aimed at destabilizing our societies and critical infra. These tactics are often difficult to detect and counter, making resilience and rapid response crucial. Military escalation remains a significant concern, especially given Russia's increased military presence and activities in our region. The risk of miscalculation or unintended escalation could have serious consequences for regional stability. Cyber attacks, why I speak about those? It is the big issue also for our area ports. And what the specialized people are saying to us is that we should do much more cooperation with these issues than we are doing today. We must be prepared for the wider risks, not only the military risks, but also all those risks which goes with environmental and climate issues, illegal fishing, smuggling, maritime piracy also. We need to look wider perspective of safety and security in all maritime areas, but especially in Baltic Sea. Have we learned any kind of legal base lesson? And I think we haven't, because we usually are following the existing regulation like nothing has changed, and actually think that our partner is doing the same thing, even we are in the different positions. How do we act when the other partner is not following anything but their own regulation? I think you can also fulfill the international law and follow it, and we should do that and should do it. But the big question is how to find a new ways to interpret the law and to catch criminals and punish them. It is a thing that we should do and should focus more to think about that together. Regional cooperation, it is a big issue for both Nordic and Baltic countries. Regional cooperation is absolutely vital to ensuring peace, stability and security in the Baltic Sea region. We share common values and common interests, and our collective strength lies in working together very closely, whether we speak about NATO, European Union or bilateral partnership. But don't forget the third countries, like Norway and UK. They are more and more want to be our partners in this situation especially. In recent years, we have seen the importance of enhancing our cooperation of military defense, intelligence sharing and crisis management. Strengthening our joint exercises and establishing clear communication channels and platforms are key to building trust and readiness in all areas. We must also invest in the interoperable military capabilities so that our forces can operate seamlessly in times of crisis. But how we operate with the civil society, the key issue, the whole thing. In the last panel, we speak about consumers. We speak about people. They are the backbone of safe and secure communities, safe and secure regions. Without people who know how to act, where to act, how to cooperate, actually, we don't have anything in our security or safety or even in military cooperation level. Mostly, we as politicians forgot that. That's the reason why we also forgot the thing about climate change, environmental effects. What does it mean in food products? What does it mean in energy level? What does it mean by local living for the people? We need to deepen our dialogue between the civil society and all these operators which we have in the wide perspective of security and safety. I also raise up today the Arctic dimension. Today, the same day as we look ahead, I want to highlight the importance of international cooperation and ongoing leadership also in Arctic and regional forums. Today marks also the 14th meeting of the Arctic Council, where Norway is handing the chairship of the Council to the Kingdom of Denmark for the next 2 years. Such leadership transitions are crucial for maintaining momentum of sharing challenges, including climate change, environmental protection, and sustainable development, issues that directly impact the Baltic Sea region as well. These forums exemplify how regional and international cooperation can shape a sustainable future for our safe, shared environment and security. The Arctic area has a major effect also to the Baltic Sea and its region. That's why we have to have Baltic Sea cooperation from a broader perspective. International political changes undermine the possibility that we have possibility to also tighten our relationship, example with our fellows in Canada. Example, Canada has many sectors with which we can deepen our collaboration. In today's world, we must dare to pursue new initiatives beyond the traditional regional cooperation. This way, we can better prepare for uncertainties broadly, leveraging all the knowledge and expertise that our like-minded allies possess. Nordic sea roads are already today's future reality. Climate change opens the roads. Sadly, climate change takes out all the ice, and there's a big opportunities for the new transport roads. It means changing also in the safety and security level, not only the roads for transport. China and Russia, they are working hand in hand in the Arctic area. And we need to do the cooperation together around other countries. And that is the reason why I speak about Canada. We usually forget those colleagues and those friends which are far away. But I think the connection between sea areas, it is changing, and we need to be prepared. Environmental and maritime safety, I think protecting the Baltic Sea environment and ensuring maritime safety, it is an essential task for the Nordic and Baltic countries. Our shared waters face serious threats from pollution, climate change, and illegal activities, which not only harm the ecosystem, but also threaten our economic stability and regional security. Colleague Artis Pabriks in the panel said it very wisely. Are you ready to pay for your sovereignty or for your peace? Or do you think it's too expensive? Do you think there's no money to defend the European democracy or the values which we shared around the Baltic Sea? Is it expensive? I think it's much more expensive if we lose those values, if we lose that culture which we have. We have done lots of things in European level, also to secure the Baltic Sea area. When we speak about the shadow fleet which Russia is using, EMSA, the European Maritime Safety Agency, they will do their new decisions for, I think, for the next month, how they build up a new oil spill capacity around the Nordic Sea areas and especially in the Baltic Sea area. That has been a long way to make sure that we also have all oil spill capacity enough in our vulnerable area. Of course, I want to look forward. I want to look future. And I ask you a question. How much can our democracy cost? How much can the safety of the Baltic Sea cost? Because they are the key issues when you check out what we are ready to do to save our very vulnerable sea area. Ecosystem of alternative fuels. It is a huge opportunity to our ports. We can be actually the places where we can develop the future of maritime. Also the industry and both the future of fuels. But what is the key issue is also the circular economy. The last panel, we speak about nutrient, but we should speak more about the raw materials. How much we can use the raw materials and we can still save our planet. I think the key issue is the consumers. But how we get enough info to consumers to make their solutions, to make their deals, to understand what is happening and how it affects what we buy, what kind of products we want to use. The secure and safe and stable Baltic Sea region, I think we all must commit to a clear and comprehensive plan for the future. We want and we need a common shared plan, vision for the future, vision for the Baltic Sea region, but also vision for the European Union. And for the vision to be clear and to be happening in the future needs also a very strong leadership inside the Baltic Sea area, but also in the EU. And that is a huge lack right now. There's no leadership to take us to the next generation, to the next steps, to be stronger, to be the Baltic Sea area which can show the way also inside the EU. Not only climate and environmental perspective, but also by looking the wider perspective of safe and secured world, safe and secured EU level. I think those final remarks, which I write down in my papers for today, there's, I think, 30 times cooperation, more all-level cooperation. And there's also more leadership with the hard decision making, with the hard issues. And also own vision and shared understanding, but shared knowledge also. I think we have our lesson to learn. Also, my dear colleagues told us how to use wisely the toilet. I think you can have a little winkle in your eye with this, but actually my husband is working with pure clean waters, and he always says that, holy smoke, what Finnish people put in the toilet. There's a base for the circular economy, actually. Not only the tooth, which we was down in the toilet, but lots of things which could be circulated. We are put there and take it out. It's a huge resource which we are misused. And I think, finally, we always must keep our eyes on the long-term goals, creating a region where stability and sustainable development are the norm. We, especially in Finland, are highly dependent on the Baltic Seas. Over 90% of imports come from there. By working together with determination, unity, and shared vision, we can turn today's challenges into opportunities and ensure that Baltic Sea remains a safe and prosperous region for the generations to come. The Baltic Sea has many major possibilities for all parties working and living there. But for now, I think we can't undermine enough how important it is that we can secure Ukraine's future, which has direct effects also in the Baltic Sea future. Supporting Ukraine so that it can build a strong peace and sustainable future in its region, which will also have elevate impact on the future on its Baltic region. More cooperation, wider picture of the safety and security. And I think we can find all the solutions which are needed. And we can be the leaders if there's no one else in the EU level. Yeah, stand up, we can, together. Thank you.